Hello everybody, how are we doing? Is it... Oh, we look green. We look very
on
green.
This TV,
on
yes.
this TV is dumb. How are we doing everyone? It's good to have you here. I am the Toothless Geek. And just for continuity's sake, because I was thinking of doing it and then I forgot.
Oh shit.
Continuity's sake. I prefer to read it with... It's probably not very good for reading the TV and stuff, but not at all. But it's yeah, I can't read the TV very well. How we doing, everyone? We've got a new stream, different kind of stream today, and I just discovered 2 bottles of Coke underneath these chairs.
Oh, sweet. I'll take some of that later.
Do you want the raspberry one, or do you want the regular one?
Regular. You can have the raspberry.
I am the Toothless Geek. Thank you very much for joining in. It's on a bit more of an angle than I thought. And this here is my good friend Kelvin. He's joining us today. We are going to be doing this thing here. It is called Murder Mystery Party Crime Investigation Underwood, Cellars. I've never seen this one. I'm not very up to date with murder mystery stuff and all this kind of stuff, but that's what we're doing today. Why? Because.
Well, no, it's not because. It's because you were at your local kind of like stationery kind of store, and you saw it there, and you were like, "Ooh, this looks cool," and you were like, "Wait, do you want to do a stream with me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." So now I'm here, and that's why we're doing that.
Yeah, but the reason why we're doing it on stream is because.
Oh yeah, but
anyhow.
Same deal.
Kind of.
But first,
I haven't turned this down. I turned it down on the TV. I didn't turn it down on here.
oh, good job. Round of applause for his technical abilities, everybody.
Anyhow, if you're there in the chat, say hello. Let me know if you've done anything like this. Gotta find the sweet spot where it doesn't cut out. Yeah, but it's not too loud either.
The sweet spot.
Let me know. I don't want that one there anymore. And I should have made sure whether or not. I really need my glasses. No, I don't want WhatsApp there.
WhatsApp can stuff off.
But today, so I should have put one on the youth chat, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Are you using your data or are you using the internet?
The data.
Okay, cool. Are you changing to the data now?
No. I'm not going to have it on the whole time. I just want to see.
That's true.
Right, we'll get rid of that. I don't have much data anyway, because I am one of those people who don't have a plan with lots of data on it. Said Stan, who made the plan for his clan. Being antisocial, texting away there, you know, just like you do. Just like you do. You do.
I'm putting this on the youth chat.
Oh, very good. Being antisocial. Gave Jaden a dingle dangle and then haven't heard back since, so he could be busy.
Maybe I probably got to talk a little bit louder. I could probably just turn these up, yeah. A wee bit.
Well, how loud do you want me to talk? Is the real question.
That's a good question. It's however loud you really want.
Don't give me that freedom.
Okay. Not however loud you want. But, yeah.
Here's the camera for the algae.
That's on in front of the TV where the ring light is.
That's fine, I can't see it because it's in the middle of the ring light, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so.
Because we are on just
There we
the
go.
slightest of angles.
Yeah, we are, but it's because it's had to be turned in a little bit. So.
Stuff ya!
You know what I think I might do? Change back to my regular glasses so I can actually.
Can you not put those
See.
ones over your regular glasses?
I could, but it would be a little bit pointless. Because the point of having them with no lenses is so that I don't have the light refracting off it from the lights into the camera. But so having them underneath wouldn't. Anyhow, we are going to be. What are we checking out? Which one are we checking out first?
Boba Fett. The Boba Fett trailer. Because I haven't seen that one. I saw the Fantastic Beast one this morning and I have some opinions. So we'll do that one last so that I can ramble for 10 hours while people get in.
Which one?
The one that's... Oh no, that one was
Star
1
Wars.
month ago, 5 days ago,
So
1
this
day
one?
ago. Wait. No, because the third one is... It must be that second one. Yeah, that one. Because the other one's a breakdown.
Do we want captions on?
Nah, but we do want better quality than that.
Oh yeah.
Probably not captions.
Alrighty, so in that case, I'll pause this one, and we will have a look at.
You probably want to turn that one up a little bit.
Probably.
Or at least
Yeah.
so that we can hear it.
Good point, actually. Right. So pull this back over here.
Wonderful.
Should be right like that. Let's go put this on screen. And change over to this bad boy. And I've got my chat there. And I don't know what I'm doing. But anyhow,
You're leaving the captions on?
do we want captions on?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
Probably not.
I don't know if I turned them off or not.
Yeah,
clicked it.
Yeah, we're on already.
Alright. Oh, and you can see over here.
Yeah.
Red line disappeared.
Yes.
Anyhow.
Right, let's
So,
watch
The
this.
Return, the Book of Boba Fett. Is this before or after Boba Fett? Before. This is after
It's
A New Hope.
This is directly after The Mandalorian, where he goes and... spoiler warning for people who haven't seen The Mandalorian Season 2.
Should have by now. To be honest.
Exactly. Should have by now. But, spoilers nonetheless. They go and kill whoever's on Jabba's throne. And I think it's Jabba himself. But I can't remember.
Jabba the Hutt's already been dead from episode 5.
Yes, that's right. But anyway, there was someone else on his... Oh, was it his... Anyway, it was whoever took over. And,
it was that fella,
the pink guy who...
the pale fella with the big face. I don't know what the species is called.
Yeah. But he... Twi'lek. He's a Twi'lek. Anyway, he was Jabba's...
Yep,
like,
right-hand man.
Yeah. Anyway, he was on it.
Took him over.
Boba Fett killed him. And now he has the... throne thing. And I think it's supposed to be coming out soon around the Christmas period, if I'm not mistaken. But this trailer should tell us.
Yes, it should.
Yes. So anyway, we should dive right into it.
Alright. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, turn it up, bro.
Just a little bit. that effective?
Yep.
There we go. Yeah, December 29th, so just after Christmas. Look at that. It's funny how they say witness to return, but it's already witness to return of the Mandalorian.
It's a fair point.
Left for dead on the sands of Tatooine.
Ooh. Ooh, that's good shit.
I am Boba Fett.
Nice! No, stop!
Very good.
Only a minute long.
Yes.
Oh,
Tells you all you need to know.
there's a new glitter bomb from Mark Rober.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that now.
Not the point of this stream.
Is the other one different?
What?
The other video that was on there. Or is it the same
The
one?
trailer from a month ago.
Mm.
Yeah, that's...
It's the same one?
No, it's different.
It's different. Did you want to watch that one?
I've seen it before,
You've
but
seen
we
it?
can watch it again. I think it has a couple of different clips. Because it was more like a teaser trailer than an actual trailer.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want to know the thing that I like about Boba Fett? He's played by one of the best Kiwi actors in the world. And because I'm a Kiwi, I like Kiwi actors.
Great. Oh, did it start?
Yes.
Hey! Quit! I haven't even changed this over yet. Okay, we're watching this one too.
Yay!
I am not a bounty hunter.
Well,
I've heard otherwise.
Heard of the what?
sorry.
Sorry.
I've heard otherwise.
Heard of the wise. Or the wise.
The wise. No, the wise, like it's on smart people.
I know that you sit on the throne of your former employer.
I don't like his right hand
Jabba
taking his
ruled
helmet.
with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Is that so? Of
You
course
were
it's
once
streaming.
captains under Jabba the Hutt.
I'm here to make a proposal that's mutually beneficial. Why speak of conflict when cooperation can make us all rich?
What prevents us all from killing and taking what we want?
This badassery.
Kiwi ingenuity.
Yeah. In space.
Spoken such insolence to Jabba. He'd have fed you to his menagerie.
Please. Speak freely.
No, I'm good. I'm alright, sir.
Yeah. Speak freely. I'm good.
I like how they have to say that it's exclusively on Disney Plus.
It
when
adds.
everybody knows that.
Oh yeah. It adds a little bit more.
Rarity. Probably not rarity.
Not rarity. That's not the right word. It adds a little bit extra. I'm turning it down on the TV. It adds.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah. It adds a little bit. It adds a bit more.
Something.
Yeah. And like I said, I know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you know what he's trying to say too. So, thoughts? Now
Very interesting. Obviously, like straight up, like obviously it's gonna be Boba Fett taking over the Jabba's what do you call it? Jabba's palace, kingdom, whatever. You know, obviously. But yeah, what's that? Oh, that's the top of my thing. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be well made.
Well, it's made by the same guys as the Mandalorian, so of course.
Yeah. It looks like because there's been rumors of a Boba Fett thing for years, for decades, probably since like the mid '90s or early 2000s. You know,
The oldest one I know of was that there was going to be a Boba Fett movie either just before or somewhere after number 3, as in number 3 of the original trilogy that George Lucas did.
So number 6.
Yeah. But then it never happened. Then when he did the prequels and the Clone Wars TV series and stuff like that, there were talks of maybe doing an animated show or doing something like that. And then for whatever reason, well, George Lucas was kind of a little bit hamstrung monetarily wise and time wise on what he could do, because credit where credit's due, not everybody likes all of the Star Wars movies from him, especially a lot of people don't like the prequels.
Little bit louder because you're talking to the microphones, remember?
Sure. But at least he wanted, no matter what his vision was and whether the fans like it, don't like it, semi-like it, whatever, at least he wanted to make it good quality, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's why
he didn't try and do 20,000 projects at once and have half of them be crap and the other half be, you know.
Oops.
So.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why he did the original trilogy before the prequel trilogy, because he looked at what he wanted to do for the prequel trilogy, and he decided that technology, you know, CGI technology and everything like that, wasn't up to standard for what he wanted, and so he decided to do the original trilogy first, obviously not calling it the original trilogy.
Yeah.
But he did the original trilogy, filmed that, and then came back. What was it? 40 years later or something?
No.
30, 20, between 20 and 30 years later, and did the prequel trilogy. I think the thing is I would say he was probably writing.
Mucked up the next lot.
Yeah, well, to be entirely honest, George Lucas probably kind of mucked up episode 1. He didn't muck it up. It just it had its moments.
Well,
and it had its
the thing.
bad moments.
He had free reign, which is fine. But again, whether you like it or not, he didn't really muck it up because he made the movie he wanted to make.
Exactly.
It's just whether you like it or not. The reason I say Disney mucked up the sequels is because he gave them where he would have gone. He didn't have it fully fleshed out, but it was over 50% fleshed out. He gave them where he would have gone based on what he had partnered with Dark Horse Comics and stuff like that, to write comics and stuff. Yeah. He gave them what he would have done for the next 3, and they were kind of like, oh yeah, nah.
Yeah, they were a little bit,
So, yeah. But, you know, the Disney stuff is a half good, half bad, because, I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but Rogue One was a good film, even though I don't see it as a necessary film in the Star Wars canon. And then I liked Rebels, the TV series. I know a lot of people didn't. And I thought they did Admiral Thrawn really good in that series. It's a shame he wasn't in it for as much of it as I would have liked, but they did good with what they had.
Yeah.
And then Solo was meh. was interesting to see Maul in there, but otherwise it was meh. And yeah, I don't think much of the other three. And yeah, and definitely what's his name? Ryan Johnson, who did episode 8. Nowhere near understood Star Wars enough to make a decent Star Wars movie.
Correct.
And that's coming from a guy who likes some of his other movies, especially my favorite of his would be Knives Out. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a really great written movie, really great acted and directed movie. It's a great movie all around. And so it's not that he makes bad films, it's that he doesn't understand Star Wars.
Correct.
Which is why Disney made a good decision when they were like, right, well, Dave Filoni helped George Lucas on Clone Wars and stuff like that, so we'll get him in to do The Mandalorian, and then he's been teaching, what's his face? The guy who did Iron Man.
John Favreau.
Yeah, and he obviously understands Star Wars. I would actually
John
say
Favreau.
better than J.J. Abrams, who understood Star Wars better than George.
Oh yeah,
not
John.
George Lucas,
John.
the other guy, Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, perfect. You get the right 3-year-old and they'll understand Star Wars better than Ryan Johnson.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
The trailers look interesting enough.
yeah, they do look interesting.
Yeah.
I will be very interested to see what happens.
You'll have to tell me what happens.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Anyhow, on that note, let us know what you think in the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know, right? I think I put the chat here,
Right.
and my laptop is here. So if you're
I'm
new,
here.
follow and block my face out. I can't.
You said block your face out.
Then, anyhow, so may as well get into this bad boy, shouldn't we?
We're not going to do the other one.
Oh, did you want to do the other one?
Well, I thought you wanted to do the other one. We don't have to.
Oh, I'm not really worried about it, to be entirely honest. We're already half an hour into the stream. And
Very good.
yeah, we've done 2 Boba Fett trailers, so alrighty, need to take the tape off this first.
This has turned into an unboxing video, everybody.
Yeah, I should have put that on the, notifications on the title.
Smash the like button, share this around, and subscribe. Oh wait, that's YouTube, but do it anyway. For this unboxing video.
Can't. Oh, stop it, I'm going to use my knife on these ones.
That is why we have knives, yes.
Can't subscribe on this yet because I'm not partner or affiliate or whatever it's called. But you can follow.
He's not authenticated, peoples. He's
Make
what
sure
you might call an amateur. Would that be correct? In Twitch's opinion.
Sure. Ready?
I was born ready.
Dun, 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 dun. It doesn't fold out or anything.
So just on the face of this, I've had much less experience with these types of games than Joe.
I have had less experience also.
Yes.
Change to the screen.
Than who?
What?
Well, if you've had less experience, that implies that there's something else.
I haven't had much either. I should really be closer, shouldn't it? But
Ah well, should be right.
the lighting is going funny on that. But I'll be right.
I am funny lighting.
That one is not turned around. One moment.
What do you mean?
This one, change. There we go. Now my left hand. This is what we're seeing.
Yes.
Well, they can't see my cursor.
Yes.
This is what we're seeing in front of us. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Up
When
in
we,
up in that box.
yeah. When we,
Up in nope, that one.
I might actually double check this one. This is correct. as well.
Yes.
It's a little bit out of focus.
You've got a bit of pink.
I know. This is this down here is my back screen
Oh.
to make sure
Jumper.
that it's not just black. Yes. Correct.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I can't see things properly because my webcam is directly behind the thing. Anyhow, so
Such a shame.
read this first.
Okay.
What do you want to read it?
Well, I mean, I'm not worried, but we've got to read that first. It says so clearly right there.
Suspect evaluation form. Okay, so we've got a bit of stuff to fill out as well, it seems.
Do we need pens?
I've got a pen.
Very good.
Do you have one?
No.
Do you maybe want to grab one?
I don't know where I would grab one from. Your house eats pens like most other people's houses probably eat pens. Let's have a quick look.
I don't think I've got another one in here. Be careful of the
The light.
things. Well, that and the shelves. That's what it's called.
I don't see none.
Yeah, lift that slightly when you push it back.
That's alright. We can work with one pen.
Oh, hold up. Oh.
Yeah, we can work with one pen.
Mm.
Anyway.
Okay, so are you reading it out, or would you like me to read it out, or what?
You should probably read it out because I'm not as good of a reader. So
Alright.
I'll muck up the instructions and then I'll muck up
How
the
would
game.
you say this word here? Vici?
Yeah.
Vici Springs Police Department?
Yeah.
Vici. I would say Vici.
Veronica Springs.
VICHI. Vici Springs Police Department.
Vici.
Let us know how you think that should be said.
Bunch of Vicis.
As a new assignment, as a new detective at the Vici Springs Police Department, you are assigned to work either alone or with your team
Yay.
on the Carrie Underwood case.
Yay.
Carrie Underwood?
Carrie Underwood.
Okay.
She's the person we're investigating
called-
of the murders,
Okay.
I believe. I think she's the victim.
It's a missing person investigation, but
Or-
this is a murder investigation.
So which one do you want to tackle?
I don't know.
Anyway, read the instructions. It'll probably tell us.
This cold case began in 1995 with the disappearance of Carrie Underwood and was resumed in 2014 following an earthquake that led to the discovery of what turned out to be Carrie Underwood's body. The original missing person case has been amended to suspicious death activity. So that's this. This is what they had originally. This is what
This
they
is
have now.
That's probably why this looks older than that one.
It's a fair point. It's probably also why it looks like stamp and writing rather than text.
Yes.
Like computer text.
Yes. With a fancy
The
logo.
original missing person case has been amended to a suspicious death investigation. You have been handed the complete files in which all information and evidence is included pertaining to the disappearance and subsequent discovery of Carrie Underwood's death. Your new investigation also requires using some online tools or sources, that were not available at the time the missing person case was first opened. Can you grab my tablet on the shelf?
That I can.
I would prefer to use that than my computer because
Yes.
I've got all this stuff to worry about as well.
We did not know that
No.
internetified would be required.
No. No. Stop it. I'll just put the keyboard over here and grab it if I need it. Instructions. You will have access to 3 files. The original missing person file folder included here. The murder investigation file folder included here. The misplaced file folder that contains hints to the solving of the mystery is available online.
Oh.
Blah 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 blah.
Terrible.
I probably should pull it up because then I can put it on the
On the screen.
screen as well.
Yes,
First,
that's probably true.
Go through the information in the missing persons investigation Carrie Underwood folder. Then go through the murder investigation Carrie Underwood folder. At this point, it doesn't matter if you mix up the materials in the two folders. Do not look into the misplaced files online unless you are stuck. The misplaced files will give you hints on how to proceed. As you investigate the case, use the suspect evaluation form included with this document. Here you will document the motive, means, and opportunity related to each suspect in this crime. If you can determine who had all three, you'll solve the case. Closing the case, once all of the evidence is gathered and reviewed, a detective must determine who committed the murder of Carrie Underwood, along with the how, when, where, and why. Once you and your detective unit have a unanimous decision, go to the crime lab to enter your accusation. The crime lab is online and blah blah blah. Some detective teams become competitive and pursue different theories on the motive, means, and opportunity leading to different suspects. If you find yourself in a competitive team, then you each need to write the solution separately on a piece of paper. Successful detectives celebrate with a glass of sparkling wine from Underwood Cellars. Good luck. I would love a
Yay!
yeah, coffee and chai
Chai
tea.
latte.
Yeah. Oh, chai latte.
Yeah.
We haven't even...
Tastes like wine.
It didn't show up.
What?
Jacinda 007, thank you very much for following. I didn't even hear that. Maybe my TV's not up loud enough, or the...
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I can see it on the mini feed. Oh, it's behind the ring light for you.
Oh, yes, I see.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Here, we'll do this for you.
Oh.
Yay! Just in the 007. I just realised the name. But we'll look past that.
I was keeping my mouth shut.
No, I sort of said a different name.
Oh, yes.
Very good. It didn't click properly in my head, but thank you very much for following.
Yes.
So, if you're just into 007, comment below if that means you're going to be the next 007, because we'd like to get inside information on the movies. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
oh, good. You looked stunned.
No, I'm like...
So,
Alright.
we got to do this one first.
Don't bang the table too hard.
Da Vinci Spoons.
Okay, so...
Woo!
We've changed to this one. This one is a 4x3 camera. That's why it's so oddly shaped. We could probably take out the camera. Would that look better? Would that look better?
Yeah, that would look...
Okay, calm down.
What?
Seriously.
Could be entertaining. And I want to be closer. Look at that. Much better.
So, it is out of focus. I could probably try and focus it a little bit better. Not autofocus. Whoops, wrong thing. Apologies.
10 hours later.
That's not working. Why is it so?
Jumpy.
It does not focus this way at all. And this way. I could zoom in.
I gotta do that a little bit so that I don't hit the table. There you go. It's probably...
I didn't change any of these things, did I?
Oh, that'll do. That'll do, donkey.
Alright, so
What is this?
this is terribly...
This is the field interview notebook. Oh, yes. The officers? What's an officer? The officer's name is Leonard Banks. And Leonard has very, very nice...
handwriting. You can hold
Yes.
it up further. It's probably more focused up
Oh.
here. It is. actually.
Can you read that? Wait. Oh, no.
Can you bring it down a bit?
Look at that. Yeah, probably a good idea.
Okay.
Anyway. So he gives the date. Oh, sorry, the day, the date, the time, and then talks about the peoples and what he's done. So if we go all the way to the back.
I've got one that turned that way, one that turned that way. And then I'll lift it up a little bit. So it will look
Weird.
a little bit odd on camera,
Yeah, right about that.
but
Look at it. There you go, look at that.
just read that.
Yeah. So we've got Saturday, the 4th of the 1st. No. 8:15 a.m. Mrs. Underwood came in to report husband missing. Didn't come home last night. Told her I would go by showroom later. Meet at 11:30. So that's the first bit in good old Leonard's notebook. We have
We've got
yes.
we've got a
We've got heaps of these.
we'll have to reach out further. Newspaper clipping. Local man just appears.
Nice.
Probably not gonna bother reading all of that. Underwood Cellars, Vineyard.
Yes.
The what's that? Sales floor plan, office, reception of showroom. So this is. I'll pull this aside.
Oh, we have a map of the surrounding area of Vichy and the vineyards, and this looks pulled straight from Google Maps.
Hold out further. And out further.
Yoink. Yeah, you can hold it up because you're actually closer.
Kind of. Alright, so witness statement. We have got photos here.
Yay!
Have we got? May I have a look?
Yeah, there's heaps of notes in there, and we probably have to read all of them. We got runaway photo.
Interview with Marsha Underwood.
Yes.
We
Yeah. Kenny. That looks like the guy who went missing.
Yes, that's Carrie.
Yes. We got Carrie. We got his wife Marsha. We got David Underwood, who's probably some sort of relative. We've got Mayor Toulouse. How'd you say his name?
Toulouse.
Yeah.
Toulouse or something. Yeah.
We got, oh, for flip's sake with these names. Ella. Something
Would you
white.
like to read
She has a
them?
pretty face. We got
Says they're pretty good.
Old Man Mate and Sandra
look.
Billings.
The Victory Springs Art Festival weekend. It's on the other side of the news clipping.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, there's something else there. Witness statement from.
We like witness statements.
So we've got Mr. Carey Underwood. We've got Marsha Phillips. We put this one.
No, Marsha Phillips Underwood.
Marsha. Oh yeah. So the wife,
That's the wifey.
Marsha Phillips Underwood. She looks a little bit older than him. David Underwood, brother.
Oh yeah, that's what he put.
Mark. Turtlehouse. Mark. We've got Mark.
We got Mark. Mark is good.
Eloise.
And is that how you say her name?
Probably.
I'm gonna call her
wife.
pretty face lady from now on.
Miguel.
Espanol.
Esperato.
Yeah, his name's Miguel.
Sandra Bellini.
Bellini! She's a pretty redhead. Very good.
Right. So we've got a witness statement. There's a photo. I'm assuming
There's the door and there's the shadow.
it's a letter from somebody. Do we go through these things in order?
I don't know.
Oh,
You're the one who bought the game.
Well, yeah. Okay, so we read this first. This is gonna take a while.
Yes.
Monday, April 3rd, 1995, Vichy Springs local Vichy Springs winery owner Carrie Underwood disappeared. Disappeared in quotations. Friday night, leaving his wife and colleagues and police baffled. Mr. Underwood failed to return home Friday evening after telling his wife that he would be late because of a meeting. He was last seen by his secretary, Eloise White.
Oh, so that's who she is.
Eloise. I'll say Eloise.
The pretty lady.
Eloise White at 5 p.m. on Friday.
Give me that. Yeah.
5 p.m. Friday at his Underwood Cellars office at 2130 Monticello Road. A note found on his desk on Saturday said that he decided to leave the area, but his wife told police that could not be true. Ms. White and the vineyard foreman agreed that such behavior was not like that of their long-term employer. Unnamed police sources said they had been unable to reach Mr. Underwood's brother,
Which must be
David.
Yeah, David.
And would be interviewing him and his business partner later on Monday, as well as talking with a mystery woman. This reporter could only find out that she was the local Vichy Springs resident, a local Vichy Springs resident, based on a letter addressed to her found in Mr. Underwood's desk. Underwood Cellars has been a community mainstay since Lance Underwood bought the 1905 building and property after returning from war service in 1946.
Oh, a veteran. Nice.
His son Carrie was born 8 years later and worked with his father when he was old enough to hold a shovel. He attended one of the best colleges for agricultural sciences in America, California Polytechnic State University in San Luis
Dodgy Californians.
Obispo. I'm probably not saying these correctly, so.
They're American names, what do you expect?
Studying agronomy. Okay. After graduating, he worked for his father full-time, taking over the entire operation when his father died in 1980. His mother, Stacy Miller Underwood, died when he was a teenager. By that time, the vines had already started dying off from the phylloxera disease that swept across California's vineyards. Sources close to the subject say he was crippled economically by the vine disease and was known to complain bitterly about the problem. However, he brought a partner, Mark Tolaus,
who seems like a French guy, by the way.
Yeah, an alleged expert on French wines, whom he had met at Polytech. And with his partner's financial investment, Carrie Underwood has been able to build his business back to a very profitable and tasty enterprise. Considering that a note was left and there was no evidence of any crime, the police at this time are not issuing a missing persons report.
Yes. In the full interview, full field interview notebook, the last part says, no signs of crime, subject probably left voluntarily, No missing person action at this time. Follow up next Friday. And then just underneath, he's got pick up dry cleaning.
Did he pick up his dry cleaning?
I don't know. So
I hope so. Oh. Apologies.
I don't think he picked it up the next Friday either.
Right, so we've got a witness statement.
Oh,
You
yes.
wanna write? You can write stuff down in the notebook if you want. Just find a blank page.
Alrighty. We have missing persons. What do we got? Gary Underwood case file interview with neighbor witness Margaret Lindquist. Lindquist. I hate names.
Fair.
This is an interview between Officer Leonard Banks of the Vichy Spring Police Department and Mrs. Margaret blah blah blah, aged 84. Shoot. She's a resident of the Vichy Springs who lives Katie Corner across the street from the Underwood cellar parking lot. The date is Monday, April 3rd. Try and find that in there. April 3rd, 1995, 10:15 a.m. Yeah. I'll hold up.
Saturday, 11 a.m. No.
No, Monday, April 3rd, 10:15 a.m.
That's April 1st.
Yep, we want
What day did he die?
The guy died on
Monday, April 3rd is the date.
he disappeared / died.
5 p.m. Friday.
Yes.
Which was the March 31st? Last day of March.
Yes, must be.
Yeah. 5 p.m. Friday, which was the last
Yes,
day
March 30th.
March 31st.
He went missing 3 nights ago, March 31st. Yeah. Very good with your maths, which I'm not good at. I don't do England and I don't do maths good.
Okay.
I do history real well. History and the P word that you're not allowed to say on this streaming platform.
So this is Saturday morning, the day after. This is what Kelvin already read. Mrs. Underwood, Marsha, came in to report husband missing, didn't come home last night. Told her I would go by showroom later, met at 11:30.
So when it says showroom, they must be meaning their one at the vineyard. Because it has here, showroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep that up there, just because. Margaret
Ling, ding,
2133. Get up at the minute. 2133. Oh, so that's at her home, which is across the road.
Yeah, across the road from the parking lot.
This little black dot here is
that one there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is the office building, the vineyard house building, and across the road, you probably can't see it.
Yes, I see.
Across the road, right there, is right there. Is
Good
what's
job.
her name? Margaret.
Margaret
Lindquist. That's her house. So big stretch. Saturday, 11 a.m. Margaret Lindquist.
Let's call her Margaret. Margaret. Let's
Elderly neighbour lives Catty Corner to Underwood Cellars. Saw 2 cars in parking lot Friday. One left, then second one left 20 minutes later. Timing around 8 to 9 p.m. Return Monday for taped disposition. Interview Oh, you've got the proper... Oh no, that's
Mhm.
with Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret.
She mentions the cars.
So, do you want to read it out? Or do you... No.
Yeah. So, as said, the police officer says, "Thank you, I have some questions to ask. I'll be recording our conversation just so we have an easy record of it back at the police station." And then she goes, "So they haven't found Mr. Underwood yet? It's been, what, 2 days, 3 days?" And then, his name's Leonard, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Leonard, the police officer, says, "He went missing 3 nights ago. Now, Miss Margaret, you said you saw cars in the parking lot 3 nights ago, March 31st in the evening, which is the day he went missing." "Yeah, I noticed there were 2 cars in the parking lot, which is kind of unusual. I mean, sometimes there was Mr. Underwood's car late at night, but usually there were no cars there by that hour, and this time there were 2. It's very unusual." And the officer goes, "And what time was this?" "Oh, sometime after 8. "And how do you know that?" "Well, I usually watch Unsolved Mysteries on NBC." "Well, how about that?" But last Friday I started dozing off as soon as the program started. I was really tired because I'd done a lot of caning that day." What? Anyway. And, okay.
Yeah,
Old
no.
people, she's 84. I have no reference for what that is, because I'm 20. Still young.
And we're also Kiwi, not American.
It's another good point.
Yeah.
And so I turned off the TV and came onto the porch to sit a while before retiring.
Jointly.
No, I understood that one.
Yeah.
Although I was going to say, I mean, she's 84, she should be retired already.
Yes. Well, good plan, mate.
Yeah, I know, right?
Not really.
"And did you see the cars leave?" "Yeah, one car left, must have been around 8:30. "Was that Mr. Underwood's car or the other car?" "Well," she goes, "well, one car left around 8:30, and then the other one was gone by 9 o'clock. I went inside and turned the TV on again to see the end of the mystery show, but it had already finished." Shouldn't you, like, if you watch it every week, shouldn't you know, like, that it's like a hour program or whatever? Anyway. So Leonard says, "So you don't know which car left first?" Well, I couldn't tell you which was Mr. Underwood's. Yeah, I couldn't tell you which was Mr. Underwood's car. In fact, I couldn't be sure if it was Mr. Underwood's car. It was too dark. I mean, if it were today, maybe I could tell, because it's not so dark by 8:30 because the clocks changed this weekend. But Friday, it was too dark. So, okay. So you're saying there were 2 cars there after 8 o'clock and there were no cars there after 9 o'clock? Yeah. And you didn't see or hear anything else that evening? No, it was the same as every night. Every night's the same. Some TV sitting on the porch. She pauses. There was one other thing that I thought was strange. What was that? Somebody walking. I mean, yeah. I mean, in the summertime you might get people jogging along the road, but not in March and not after dark. That is a very good point. When was this, and how well could you see the person? It was around the same time, after the first car left, so somewhere between 8:30 and 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Now I lost my place. And when was this? Could you? Oh yeah, so after the first car left, I think. But I could be wrong. I don't remember things like when I was younger, but I couldn't see much, just a shadow. You mean like a silhouette? Yeah, just a dark shape. Man shape? Woman shape? Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Monkey shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, she says, I couldn't tell you whether it was a man or a woman. He kind of walked like my husband, but my husband passed in 77, so I can't be sure. But you said he. Oh, see, he picked up on that.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I
you
did.
picked up on
Yeah.
I see your detective skills, clicking into gear.
Yeah. She goes, yeah, well, I couldn't imagine a woman walking out here alone at night, can you?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, oh, sorry. No, I see what you mean. Well, that should do it, Miss Linguist. If you think of anything else, here's my card. Sounds of chair moving and feet shuffling. No problem, officer. Happy to help. I enjoy the company. By the way, let me get you a jar of fresh canned grape jelly to take with you. Interview concluded at 10:28 a.m. So that interview took approximately 13 minutes. In case anybody wanted to know. And there is your case report.
I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna try and put it back together after it's done.
Very nice.
So.
Can I just point out
Mm-hmm.
that we don't have a picture for this woman?
Yeah.
Which is oddly strange. But that's alright. And what is this?
So. Well, anyhow, we'll read this quickly. Interview with Marsha Underwood.
Oh, this
The
is
what?
the note that he left. That I think those were talking about.
This was talking about.
I think one of those was talking about it. Someone talks about a note being left. Anyway, continue, sorry.
Yeah, it comes up here, I think. Interview with Marsha Underwood, so the wife. 11:30, showroom open. Secretary was there. Who's it? Eloise. Eloise. She said she called Underwood brother and French partner, so David and Mark.
Yeah.
Respectively. They hadn't seen or heard from Underwood.
From Gary.
Yeah, from Carrie. It's just got a capital U.
Oh,
So it's like abbreviation.
Yes.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to write all the words.
Yeah.
She came by office to see if his car was there. This was on Saturday morning? Yes, Saturday morning.
Yeah. Okay.
So this was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, April 1st.
Uh-huh.
The secretary's already there.
Uh-huh.
Would she work on a Saturday though?
Well, it is a vineyard, so potentially.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So it is potentially. I don't want to kick the feet off the table.
But we can weigh that information up depending on
Yeah.
information that we get going forward.
Yeah, because she said that this is 11:30.
On a Saturday morning.
I'm just thinking through things already.
Good on you.
11:30, so almost midday. So if it's going to,
So it's definitely a later start than normal.
yeah, definitely a later start than normal.
Yeah.
There we go. My mouse turned off. I'm going to change to this while we're discussing stuff.
Hello.
And look, there's better quality there.
Wonderful.
Kind of.
Beautiful.
So she's there at 11:30. It's already almost midday. If she's got work on the Saturday, why is it almost midday?
Maybe she was late.
held up, or
Yeah. Anyhow, hold up.
maybe she was supposed to start at 12 and came in early.
But why would she start at midday? Would she not start earlier in the morning? Anyhow,
I have
but
no experience running a vineyard. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
David and Mark were not there, which just makes me ask why she was there. Anyhow, she came by the office to see if his car was there. So does she already know that he was gone? No keys. Note on desk that Underwood was leaving. Wife looks shocked.
Yeah, so this
Yep.
is that note.
Did you read
That
that?
says, business is terrible. Too much work, too much pressure. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. I'm going away. Don't look for me. I'm sorry. Carrie. And then it has the little thing of his here we go. It has a little image that says from the desk of Carrie Underwood right there, which is his little stamp or whatever.
Mhm.
Which is cool.
Missing or just left. Asked permission to go through desk. Found letter to Sandra. Found letter to Sandra Bellini. Sealed, no stamp. Asked permission.
That's the redhead, yes.
Yep. So
Yeah.
Sandra is this spiffing. Oh.
Right into the light.
This spiffing young lady right here.
She looks Irish.
Oh, Scottish.
Yes.
Asked permission to take letter with me. Do you want to read that one? Or do you want me to?
I can read that one.
Sure.
Dear Sandy, I hope you get this in time. Don't want to call in case Hank picks up the phone. I have a late meeting tomorrow, so I can't make it as planned. We can meet in
The gallery.
Yeah, so in his in the vineyard, I'd say. In the gallery next week. We need to be careful. I think Marsha's getting suspicious and figures I'm having an affair. Gotta run. C.
Carrie.
So that's interesting.
No, so
He's-
the gallery is down here.
Oh, okay, so it's not part of his.
No, it's
It's-
not part of his estate.
It's
So, where's my pen? Showroom up here,
office
and
stuff.
the gallery down here.
Yeah.
There's a little road off the side.
Oh, yes.
Um,
And this is from his notepad. No, wait, hold on.
sorry,
So this is from his
office.
office because it's from his notepad, just like this one. So he obviously did this in work hours, unless he has one of these at home. But because it's talking about having an affair, I'd say he wrote this in his office, and then probably sent it from the business. I would imagine.
Well, it was a letter that was not sent,
Yeah.
so he probably wrote it in
And it was dated Thursday, March 30th, the day before he dies. Or goes missing.
March 30th, before he goes missing.
Yes. So anyway, there's that one.
Give receipt for same and get signature. I'm assuming you can pile them together. We don't need. We might not need that anymore. I'm not
Anyway.
sure. So give receipt for the Anyhow, found key attached to tag in back of desk drawer. Tag marked cellar. So I don't think we have anything there here because of it. No. I don't know where these are meant to be, but it doesn't look like they're meant to be in that order. Anyway, found magazine, a drink recipe with handwritten post-it on top.
Oh, yes.
Let's try it out Friday if I can get away. Make sure there's a lemon in the fridge. See.
That's not bad.
Arrange interview for Monday 4 p.m. here or and it's crossed out for at their residence. Whose residence? Marsha's residence. Monday 4 p.m.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
So-
because it's Monday. Monday 4th. Yeah, Monday 4th. No, that's Tuesday.
To take sealed letters addressed to Sandra Rennie family. Oh, yeah, I see.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That
Oh,
Monday's the 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so this is after. So this is like when he's looking into
Yeah.
the death and finds this.
Missing.
Or, yeah. And so when he finds this,
Yeah, no, but this is for the 4th.
yeah,
4th of April.
we're talking about that one, aren't we?
No, it's 1st of April.
Yeah.
Because they in America they put the month first.
Yeah, stupid people.
Anyhow.
That's an interesting
Yeah, so-
recipe that we should try out one day.
Yeah, could try it. Yeah.
Anyway,
French vermouth
Vermouth.
recipe. 2 dashes of orange bitters, 2 drops of Angostura bitters, 1 jigger French vermouth. I don't know what the heck that is.
A jigger's those little measuring cup, those little things that have the 2 cups, you know, like that looks like an hourglass. And one's, yeah, that's what a jigger is.
Yeah, okay. Stir with cracked ice and strain. Serve with olive
And twist
and
of lemon
twist
peel.
of lemon peel. Oh, I glanced at it. I thought it said ice cream.
No, that would be interesting though, depending on the ice cream you use.
There is another letter here,
Yes, but it
which
also
is
looks
different.
different to that one. And it doesn't have his little
It has. I need to sneeze.
it doesn't have his little sign thing. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Yeah, so it says, it's dated March 8th, 1995. Dear Mike, show up. We can accommodate your group on Thursday the 23rd. Just give my secretary, Eloise, that name's going to trip me up for ages. Eloise,
As
a
I
call.
say, just call her pretty face work lady.
Just give my secretary, Eloise, a call and she'll handle the arrangements.
Oh, yes. And
Regards, Carrie.
that's why this is different than that one, because this is way earlier in the earlier on the month of his disappearance.
Almost a month before.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, I'm Master Underwood. Give permission for Officer Leonard Banks to take sealed letter addressed to Sandra Bellini in desk drawer of my husband's office. Sealed, no stamp. So he was intending to deliver it personally. He sealed it, but he didn't put a stamp on it. He wasn't going to put it through the post.
Yeah.
And then it's just got. So this is not an interview for her. This is just her signing it up, saying that he can take the stuff. Secretary Eloise White. Saturday 11:50. Left around 5 p.m. Underwood was still there. Hasn't seen him this morning, so this is Saturday. We have a baby.
I was gonna say, I hear bye.
Left Friday, 5 p.m. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hello. Oh
Yes.
Yep.
There.
Because 1, we're streaming, and 2,
Yeah. Hello, Baba.
oh yeah, the ball.
Oh, hold it.
Welcome to say hi.
Hello, Baba. How you doing?
Featuring
Yeah,
special
help us.
guest Ezekiel.
Go help us solve this. Look, so this person died. See your legs, Mason. This person died. Okay. This is his wife. This is his secretary, his brother, his partner, some random person we don't know yet, and maybe an affair person, a mistress.
No, definitely, because in the letter
What's
he says
my wife suspects an affair, stating that they were
Doesn't mean
definitely having an affair.
doesn't mean definite.
That guy,
He's the murderer.
Yeah, he murdered himself.
suicide.
Oh, no.
See, so we have a police book.
like that.
We have a police book, and it has heaps of So there's the stuff here, and then there's all this stuff here. Who do you think did it?
This is
Who-
Granddad. Granddad is stupid.
Which one do you think did it?
Kind of. Just
Who did it? Was it this person?
No.
Just some dollars.
007. Yes.
It's
Was
followed.
it this person? Who we
No.
don't know about yet.
It was his wife. We also don't have a picture for Hank, who's mentioned as her potential partner, boyfriend, husband,
Probably.
whatever.
I would
It's
say
not
probably.
stated what he is.
I would
it's
say
just-
probably because there will be an alibi, so he's not. He has turned out to not
But
be
otherwise,
a
suspect.
suspect.
Oh, yes.
should have.
Potentially. I'm spitballing here at the moment.
Yes. I don't want to call in case Hank picks up the phone. So yeah, he's definitely in some sort of relationship to her. Maybe
probably
potentially her
husband,
father.
Nah, husband or partner.
Right,
Yeah, probably. I would say.
Okay, good riddance.
Okay. Which one? Who is it? Who did it?
It's the wife.
Bye, Bubbas.
Who did it?
The wife.
Okay.
My vote is for the wife.
I love you.
Random guy
Wow,
who
he's
don't know
very white on there, isn't he?
Yes.
Very white baby.
Very white baby.
Well, he is a white child.
He might need a change too.
Yeah.
Yes. You definitely need to
It
change.
is.
Oh yes, you think it's funny?
Alright.
Mama can do it.
Mama can do it?
Mama can do
Okay,
it.
you go tell Mama change my nappy.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, bye Daddy.
Bye.
Bye bye. We'll see you later.
Okay, so back into it. So,
End of intermission.
Eloise left around 5 p.m. on Friday. Underwood was still there.
Nice.
Hasn't seen him this morning. Sometimes he comes in on Saturday, sometimes he doesn't. Doesn't always tell her.
Nice.
So sometimes he goes, so doesn't always tell her. I would say that Eloise
So
is
that
meant-
means that she works on
she's
Saturdays.
meant to be there on Saturdays.
Yeah.
I asked about key found in desk drawer. She didn't recognize it. Tried it on main wine cellar underneath the main room.
Uh-huh.
Also on front door.
Uh-huh.
Also on private office door. Key didn't open any.
Okay.
Maybe take this position Monday. When here.
What?
What's that say? When here for Mrs. You. This position is at like interview.
I think so.
Maybe. Anyhow. Monday when here for Mrs.
Yeah.
Mrs. Underwood disposition.
He's got that crossed out though.
Yeah.
Okay, I reckon it's key to her place.
Monday here.
Or a secret cabin or something.
No, because it's tagged cellar. Remember?
Yeah, they might have a secret cellar somewhere.
No, I doubt it.
Or that could just be a off put. So that people
Hearing.
yeah, that's the word. This is an evidence report.
There's a letter.
Is that the sealed letter?
No. It's to his wife. So these are still interviews. Hold on. That's Monday. Okay.
So this is the
Okay, so we got another
So this is the
Saturday.
incident report that the paper was talking about, by the way. When Marsha when Marsha first comes in and reports the
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's got bits from everything. So this will be the last, essentially, not the last thing, but I'll read it out.
I see.
Because this is still
That's
Saturday.
Yeah,
This is still
that's-
Saturday by Miguel
Oh,
Espirito.
and this is April.
Espirito.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
Miguel E. Saturday, 1st of April 1220, foreman. So he's the foreman. Handles the vineyard, works the land, could bury more than just secrets. Worked for Underwood Senior, Carrie's father, Lance. Saw Underwood yesterday when at office to pick up paycheck, but Underwood didn't see him. Has no key to office. Sleeps in cabin behind office. Willed to him by Senior Lance Underwood. So there's the Underwood house. Here's Miguel's. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Friday night, heard knock on side of office door. On side office door. And muffled voices briefly between 8 and 9. Male or female, he couldn't tell. Asleep by 9. No contact with Underwood this morning. No car in lot 8 a.m. Now secretary's car is there. Miguel saw Mrs. Underwood turn around in parking lot around 8:15. Turn around.
At night.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It says
Wait a minute.
a car. The first car left around 8:30.
Yes.
Statement. Yeah. And now it's all clicking into place.
Yeah, one car left must have been around 8:30.
Yeah.
The other car left at 9.
Yeah.
But she could be wrong. Because she is 84.
She could be slightly wrong with the time, but oh well.
Yes. So that could mean that it was Marsha there with either Carrie or someone else. Potentially.
Right, so that goes to Monday, so we'll leave that one for now.
No, you said you wanted to do it.
Away
they go!
Here. Haven't read this. Newspaper, yeah, either.
Oh, you
So I'll
know.
read, no.
Is there another newspaper?
This is the first
yeah,
one.
I see.
Yeah.
But this one, when's this dated? This is dated April 3rd.
Monday, April 3rd, same day. So it must be
2020, 2000 though. This is happening in 1995.
95. Yeah. So okay, so that's 5 years later. So we'll leave that one for
So
now.
this must be one of the last pieces of evidence that, from this case, that makes them re-pick up the case for,
So letter,
for the...
missing Beachy Springs resident sent home letter. This is the letter. Marsha Underwood,
Yes.
Jubilee 2000. Peru?
He's in Peru?
He's in South America? What did he do? Hold on, 1 second. I need to pull this microphone down a little bit. Just to hear. There we go. That should be right. It's just peaking a little bit. Oh, I need to put a compression on that, to be honest. They're sounding different in both. Sorry if they're sounding weird. Carrie Underwood case file, April 5th, 1995. April 5th. So we may as well read through the rest of the interviews. Actually.
Yeah. You
And then
keep
we'll read
reading
that
through that. I'm going to read through this and point out any information that's relevant.
Mark Tula's partner at Underwood Cellars, Monday, April 3rd, 4 p.m. Visit home of business partner Mark Tulas, who wasn't in Underwood office. Visits the home. He doesn't have his home on there. Anyhow. He said he comes to office only once a week, Friday, working home all day. Monday. She comes to office once a week, Friday, working home all day. So he says that he was working at home on Friday all day. Spoke to Carrie by telephone around 3:30. Excuse me. Says that around 8:30 in the evening. Around 8:30 in the evening was on phone call with winery from France. So if Carrie tried to reach him, he would get a busy signal. Didn't think Carrie would just take off. So Carrie left a note. He is pretty sure Carrie was having an affair and suggested maybe they went away together. Asked about Carrie's relationship with wife. I think they led pretty separate lives. Okay. Monday, April. David Underwood, younger brother. Call, visit office, over and under real estate, Napa. David Underwood, brother of Carrie. Hadn't spoken with brother since Monday before.
Okay. Interesting.
No contact. Monday before.
I'm gonna put this one over here. There.
There's an odd B, but I should figure it out. Didn't notice any strange behaviour that might explain why brother would leave suddenly. Was having financial problems because of the dying vines and was complaining all the time. But then again, he always complained anyway. Only saw his brother about once a week. Hold on.
Well, that's still pretty good, realistically. Like, you know, if my brother wasn't living at home, I don't necessarily know that I'd see him every week, or once a week.
Once a week and off his hands broken. Where was it? Only saw his brother once a week. When asked if they were close, he replied, "You know, we're brothers."
So, no. Not
Yeah.
really.
Cool. So he hadn't spoken with his brother since Monday, so he hadn't seen him for a little bit longer.
Take that back just quickly.
Monday, April. Sandra Alini. Friend? Question mark.
Oh, interesting. This paper leaves out a very key, well, maybe not key, but just information.
Wait, you opened the letter already?
Yes.
No, I was waiting.
Oh.
Because that's jumping ahead 5 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. As I said, I was reading this.
Yeah,
Because they go
hold
together.
up.
Yeah, keep going.
Sandra Bellini, I'm too fast. 22, no, you are impatient. 2291 LeGrand Ave, works in Cecil Gallery as art historian. Divorced.
Wait, who's this?
Oh.
Wait, who's that?
Sandra.
Oh, the redhead.
Yeah. Works. Gallery.
Ooh.
Divorced. I'll remember things better like this.
So Hank is the person she's divorced from?
Son Hank, 18,
Oh, that's son.
attends Napa Valley Community College.
Right.
Lives at home weekdays, leaves Friday afternoon for a living job in Half Moon Bay at Farmer John's Pumpkin Farm. Blah 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 blah. Showed her unopened letter addressed to her, asked permission to open it since it may have information bearing on the disappearance. She was unwilling. I told her I would hold on to the letter and get a writ.
Yeah.
Get a writ. What's a writ? W-R-I-T. Warrant.
Yeah.
And since unmailed letter was not yet her property and was still property of Carrie Underwood, subject of police investigation, she then agreed. Letter about cancelling Friday meeting is in separate file.
Yeah, but that was...
So it's not that one.
No, it's the other one.
Not that.
This one. Yeah.
Hold on. So check this.
So now we know who Hank is.
Yeah.
Hank is her son, who is away on the weekends. And so...
So can you read that again?
Dear Sandy, so this is on Thursday, March 30th. So dear Sandy, I hope this gets to you in time. Don't want to call in case Hank picks up the phone. I have a late, so essentially,
What day is it? Thursday?
Thursday, 30th
Okay,
March.
so he is still there.
yes,
My water there.
yes. Yes, so anyway, didn't want Hank to pick up the phone. I have a late meeting tomorrow, so I can't make it as planned. We can meet in the gallery next week. We need to be careful. I think Marsha's getting suspicious and figures I'm having an affair. Gotta run, Carrie. So, yes, you are having an affair, and I know that because you don't want Hank to pick up the phone, and he's an intuitive 18-year-old kid.
So she was unwilling to let him open the letter.
Because she knew it would probably be talking about, or she maybe not knew, but would have suspected it was talking about play or what was going on between them at the very least.
Possibly.
For all she knew, it could have been a love letter.
Possibly, yeah.
I so like your fiery red hair and blah 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 blah. So yes, anyway.
Bellini didn't know anything about Underwood's meeting. Friday, March 31st.
That's when they were supposed to meet at the art gallery, where she worked.
Oh, it was meet tomorrow. I have what?
A
late
late
meeting tomorrow.
Yes. So she can't
Okay.
make the meeting.
Obviously, mistress of you, question mark, question mark, question mark.
I like how he puts obviously and then questions in those statements.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, dude, you figured it out.
Yeah.
Or, well, not the whole case, but at least that part.
Wednesday, April 5th, disposition of Carrie Underwood case. See incident report. Statement on file, April 5th, 14th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
14?
April, what?
That's 2014.
What? April on the 4th of the 5th, 24th.
April 5th.
What?
But that's April 5th.
1995.
Wednesday,
What?
April 5th.
What is this?
Yeah, it was April 3rd. So,
What?
no sign of crime. Subject probably left voluntarily. No missing person action at this time. Follow up next Friday. Pick up dry cleaning. Do you want to read that, or do you want me to read that?
I can read it, I'm just... Yeah, okay. So, this is an incident report. It is case file hashtag MMO2014 MPVICHY.
Keep going.
Carrie Underwood case file 4th of the 5th 95. Carrie Underwood of 2138 Monticello
Monticello.
Road, Vichy Springs, California 94558, was reported missing by his wife at 8:15 a.m. on the 1st of the 4th, 95. And his wife said her husband failed to return home the previous night. She admitted he frequently came home late and she often goes to bed before he gets home. So he was definitely having an affair with her. The redhead named Sandra. Anyway,
What time she went home? Went to bed?
it doesn't say when she went to bed, it just says that she admitted he frequently comes home late and she often goes to bed before he is home. He was not at home when she awoke at 7:15 in the morning and his bed had not been slept in. He sleeps
In his own
in
room.
room. Yeah, so they were having trouble.
So definitely strange relationship.
Yes. Although, in saying that, I agree that it's a strained relationship. But I do know of people in today's day and age who sleep in separate beds when they don't have a use for one bed, and on a regular basis. Anyway,
Yeah.
interesting people. There is no evidence of foul play in the missing persons case. Disappearing of both man and car suggests husband might have left of his own free will. On the other hand, all parties familiar with the missing man consider such action unusual, if not inexplicable. His wife does not believe the note found on his desk, that was the one saying, it was this one saying that, business is terrible, too much work, this is too much pressure, I can't do this anymore, I'm leaving, I'm going away, don't look for me, I'm sorry, Carrie. That's that one. So his wife does not believe the note found on his desk that I just read. On his desk, she says if there was a problem, he would have spoken with her directly and not just left. So, at least, even in their strained relationship, they were communicating, I guess. Disposition of case, all materials, copies of entries in police officer Leonard Banks' journal, witness statements, etc. have been placed in the Carrie Underwood case file. The case is being marked as an open case, waiting for additional information or the return of Carrie Underwood. Neither a missing person report nor an APB on the subject's automobile have been issued since it is felt that at this time nothing is to be gained by sending notice to surrounding counties with regards to the disappearance. Mark for follow-up April 12th, so about a week and a bit after. So mark for follow-up April 12th by contacting wife at Underwood residence. This is signed by Leonard Banks on April the 5th, 1995. Yeah. So there you go. There's that.
Do you want me to?
What?
Do you think that I should be
What?
doing this?
Doing what?
I got Google Lens to translate it. Because this is in French.
Oh.
I got Google Lens to translate it.
Please tell me what it says.
And
And the whole audience. So this is, what's this? This is a
a letter from Mark to
Miguel?
no, Mark, the French fella.
Oh, yes, sorry. To Carrie.
To Interprofessional Committee of Champagne Wine.
Oh, okay.
Yep. In France. So I would assume probably people that he
Knows.
probably people who have given him money to invest in Underwood Cellars.
Yeah, okay, so what does it
Yeah.
say?
Gentlemen, Carrie Underwood and myself.
What do you want from us? We have an intrusion.
It's
Say goodnight.
very secret.
Good night.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Good night again.
Whee! We now I can't speak. We now enter our second intermission.
W. Bobby. Cuddle. Can I have cuddle?
No, you cannot.
I'm gonna put your arm
Oh,
around
you're
me.
tired.
You're tired. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Don't hype him up.
He's gonna go to bed.
Okay, good night. Sleep tight.
Love you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Night, dear.
Night.
Gentlemen, Carrie Underwood and myself, we would like to introduce you to Underwood Cellars, a California wine company that has been in business since 1946.
Mm-hmm.
We produce excellent wines
Mm-hmm.
whose
Keep going.
whose something is so exceptional that we would like
Let's have a look.
whose
Wait.
it says whose
Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
so it's mistranslated a word,
Yeah, okay.
but it's man, cause the way that it's written
Mm-hmm.
calls it man.
So anyway, yep. Who's
We
wine?
produce excellent wines whose something is so exceptional that we would like to label it as champagne rather than as sparkling. We ask for your approval. So these are
Thank you
wine
to
people.
Kitty KT.
Kitty Kate.
Oh, for flip's sake. Thank you to you who just followed. You know who you are.
Kitty Kate.
One.
Light.
Light.
Kate.
No, because it doesn't have an L. Kayla?
Is that my wife?
It better not be. I think that is based on the
Heard her
laugh. Yeah.
Heard her laugh.
God damn.
Why?
If she's doing this to
Yes, bloody wife.
Yeah. Well, what?
I couldn't remember my open.
Or
Kitty
you-
Cat 81.
Kitty Cat. It's not Kitty. Oh, right.
Either way, you give me a new photo.
So why didn't you just put it as Kitty Cat 82?
Anyhow.
Okay. Well, thank you to Cat for following.
Yeah, you were. No, just say goodnight. It's that streaming.
Bye.
Love you.
Your wife's so funny. She thinks she's like top grade professionalism.
Peak the thing. Peak the.
At least it came up.
We would like to label it as a champagne rather than a sparkling.
Mm-hmm.
We ask for your approval in this matter and would be happy to send you a
Sample.
selected bottle by me. It's spelled the word incorrectly. Please let me know when would be the right time to call you on this matter, and would be preferable to address my appeal with my respectful feelings, Mark. So that's why he didn't pick up. On Friday, he was calling these people.
Ah.
Yeah. Because this was sent back in 82. This is 7 years later. He was talking to these people on the night that he disappeared.
Potentially. Definitely potentially.
Definitely, potentially. Anyhow.
There you
There's
go.
that one.
Very.
Sandra, stand upright, thank you very much.
Yeah, be a strong, independent woman.
Who's having an affair?
That just makes her even stronger and more independent.
Wow. 1995. So we'll read this one first, and then this. Don't wait.
Yeah, because that's
Oh, look, we
2014.
have to look at this.
I have looked at this.
Well, you
Yeah,
looked at it. And I'll read this one quickly first. April 6, 1995. Officers in San Diego, San Francisco. Law officers. Get out.
Yeah, I'm just opening it up for
Dear Sheriff Bradley.
Uh-huh.
You say get one. Who's this? Dear Sheriff Bradley, in answer to your inquiry, our records show that, in summary, according to the last will and testament of Lance Underwood, the real estate Underwood Cellars was left to his son David, the winery acreage to his other son Carrie in the small cabin on the property to his foreman Miguel. It should really have his last name there, but
Anyway.
all monies and other positions were split evenly between the two sons. The senior Underwood was a widower, and his sons had not married at the time of his death. Feel free to contact us again if you have any further questions. Sincerely, S.A.
Yeah.
I thought his name was Banks.
No. That's the officer speaking.
Oh yeah, Leonard Banks. Oh, investigating. Oh, so this is the sheriff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this is from his lawyer.
Yeah.
Gatlin. What a mouthful.
Yes. American.
So David owned the property, and Carrie owned the business.
This is a very, in my opinion, dumb way to do it, Mr. Dad.
You run that.
No, you don't want to run that.
David. His younger brother, wasn't he?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Even though. Yeah. It's funny. David's younger than Carrie, but Carrie looks younger than David. It's funny how that. And those photos there.
Well, that one's photoshopped.
I think they're all.
No.
Well, they're not all
one's,
photoshopped.
That one's photoshopped for sure.
No.
He's not wearing a suit in that one. In that original photo. Carrie owned the business.
Yes. Yes, that is different. Very similar, but different.
It's like Macca's.
Yes. Can I just... I didn't notice this the first time, but this is the signature he gives in his letter to Sandra, which we know is written by him. Look, it's not C, it's Carrie. This is to his wife.
Yep, it's the same C though.
No, it's different because it doesn't have a little thing.
Yeah, no, but that's his name. But the C itself is the same.
Yes, but
Sorry.
it would have. He would have just put because this is to his wife, so he would have just put that.
There is another one here. See, he wrote his full name there.
Okay.
The C is different.
And again.
See, like in the Y, like it's
exactly.
her. This one is straight.
See, I reckon this is a fake letter. Just FYI.
No, I would actually say that this one is possibly.
Oh, yes.
So keep this.
Or maybe they're both the fake ones.
There was another. See,
we know that this one was definitely written.
See?
Yeah, so
it's
it's
the
like
same.
that.
Character the same exact.
And see, that's to his wife.
No, that's to Mark.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So see, he
it's,
uses this kind of C with the dash to talk to sign when he knows people. So why would there and there he put his full name? Question
I would
mark?
say, well, because these are notes. These are notes. So even this is a note.
Well, that's a note too.
Hold on. I'm gonna change.
There we
So-
go.
I need to stand up for this one, to be honest. So what we're talking about is this letter here to Sandra, with
Yeah.
Sandy.
Sandy.
The way that C is
Sandy
written
cheese.
with the dash and C is the same as that in the left on the post-it note on this recipe thing. So this one should be the same. These two have been written by the same person. The
note from earlier.
the note found from when he disappeared on Saturday morning. His full name is written and the C is different.
It looks like they tried to get it similar enough, but
Yeah.
not correct.
So this, I'll show these two first. So letter to Sandra, the C. So here his full name is spelled the same. This is a letter to his wife. Sorry,
In the future.
we haven't read this one out. This is
I
from
have.
haven't read it out loud.
Oh,
This is from March 15th, 2000. Master, I am okay. I'm living the life I want. I'm sorry to have hurt you and hope you have moved on. Please don't try to find me. Gary. Though it's his full name, the C is the same.
Yes.
And the Y, as I was saying to Kelvin, the Y
That's slightly
is curved. Yet on this one, the one that was found the Saturday morning after he left, the
Yes.
Y on his note
Is
on the
straight.
left is straight, and the C is different.
Yes.
The one on his letter on the right, the Y is curved. Like all the letters are written differently.
Yes.
But for me,
Can I also point out that
For
this
me,
old
the-
one says, "Do not look for me," and this one says again, "Do not look for me." Also,
please don't try to find me.
yes, and this
It's
one
written
says, "Don't
differently.
look for me," but it's essentially saying the same thing. So I
But
think
no, it's
they're-
different words. It's the way people phrase stuff. No, honest to God.
Yeah, okay. My
Um,
point still stands that it's the same people who are faking
This
his.
letter, Jubilee 2000 Peru, the
Yes.
stamps.
And then if you read the newspaper,
1938. Oh, that's their house.
yes,
So this is this
yes,
one? Yep.
yes.
Wait, March 15. 2000. Yep. So
So this newspaper
About-
essentially says, to summarise, it says that Marsha received a letter and from Carrie that, and it's all that the paper actually says is that he's okay and do not try to find him. Whereas this one, the letter, so the paper misses out the part where he says, I'm living the life I want and I'm sorry that I hurt you. But anyway, so it's going into that, and it's essentially just says that the business is still going, and that,
she's still going.
yeah, I don't know who's. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, and also the paper says that Miss Underwood says she never had her husband declared legally dead because she knew in her heart he was still alive somewhere. The letter comes just before the 5-year anniversary, at which point, under California law, she would be allowed to file a petition with the court requesting that her husband be presumed dead. And of course, when someone is presumed dead, that gives over all the, you know, like, so she would get,
She would get all this stuff.
if he had a will or whatever. Yeah.
If he didn't, she would straight up get everything.
Yes.
Um,
Which also leads me to believe, with my superb detective skills, that someone is still using Carey as, like, even if he's dead, still using his name to make money or whatever, or control the business or whatever. But anyway. Yeah.
An interesting point I'll make as well is that he wasn't married when he got the farm.
Yes. So she's a gold digger.
Well, no, she probably recognised the potential for profit, whatever you want to call it. Before, yeah. Anyhow, BT Springs register again. Drought Rail Car Submersion Beachy Lake. There's a lake. Up here. The longest duration of drought in California since 2000 began in December of 2011 and continues to wreak havoc on California's agricultural industry. The drought has killed almost 80 million trees so far, along with countless vines and vineyards. Without adequate irrigation, the drought has caused the drying up of reservoirs, the lowering of underground water levels, and the diminishing amount of water in local lakes and ponds. And now in a new twist, since water levels have been dropping at a quickening rate in Beachy Lake, police were... Police were called yesterday to investigate what seemed to be a vehicle that was submerged I Photoshop as hell.
yeah, but anyway.
It was submerged. A local fisherman noticed what appeared to be a large sheet of rusted metal on the surface of the pond and phoned police. The metal turned out to be the roof of the vehicle. The fire department was called and a diver went to inspect the sunken wreck, telling officers that there was no sign of a body inside. He reported that the vehicle was an old car and he hooked it up to a tow line from blah blah blah. Once the vehicle was on land, police were able to determine for certain that nobody was inside, including in the truck, which held nothing but tire changing equipment. They were seen above, on the left, left. Yep.
That one.
Brilliant. There we go.
Perfect.
I don't like that colouring.
No. on the TV that we
yeah,
see.
but this thing is going to be really weird as well. Sorry about the cameras. Blah, 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 blah. Once the vehicle was on land, police were able, I already read that, which had nothing but tire changing equipment and what looked like what had once been emergency gear. The car was too rusted to even tell what make vehicle it was, and one of the officers said he estimated it had been underwater at least 10 or 15 years. 95 to 2014, so it's 19 years. Papers found in the glove compartment were too damaged to decipher. The car was towed. Blah blah blah. Police were anxious to learn if there was any connection between the submerged vehicle and the discovery on Monday of skeletal remains found near the Underwood Cellars winery, less than half a mile from the lake. The cause of the continuing drought. Blah blah blah. A minute.
So can I point out that this case has, that says case hashtag 2014-04, so that's the year, and that's the month. Yes, but that's 2014 and that was written in August 2014. Okay. Did it make sense?
June, July, August. 4 months after.
Yes. So, yes.
Why that long after that?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, no wait, when was the... Oh no, because that was March 2000.
Yeah, so that was before this.
Yes.
It was like 4 years before, 15 years before.
Yes. Do you want to read the rules? I think we can pick this up whenever we want.
First go through the information in the missing persons investigation, which we've just done.
Pretty much done.
Then go through the murder investigation folder. At this point, it doesn't matter if you mix up the materials in the two folders.
Okay, no, that's cool.
It's cool, but I'm still going to put this aside.
Yep.
So that,
I'm taking a sneaky little look. Woo!
I saw the headline on that first article. I want to try and keep...
Human remains found in bunker!
Right, so we'll keep this one aside.
Okay. I'll wait until you put all that stuff aside to open this one. Even though it says we can mix up things, it'd probably be a little bit better not to.
Yeah. So, newspaper clippings, articles. That's you. I was like, where's that tapping coming from?
Well, careful.
I must see.
Just put that up there so that...
Yeah.
So there you go. Read the newspaper article, my dude.
Okay.
I think this is Thursday the 26th and this is Thursday the 28th.
So this one from the...
Is it the same newspaper? Yeah.
Napa
No.
Valley Times.
This is from the Vichy Springs.
So this one is the town one, and the new one is from the, I'd probably say region.
Yeah. So for those who don't know California, you have California, and then you have the Napa Valley, which is, if you get most of your wine from California, or most of the good wine from California will come from Napa Valley, because it's the region where good wine is made. Just because of its growing conditions and blah blah blah. Anyway, so there's the Napa Valley region, and then the Vichy Springs will be a county, because the There was one piece of information in there somewhere that said the Vichy Police Department did. I think it was this insert here talking about the anyway. The Vichy Police Department didn't feel the need to tell the surrounding counties. So, Vichy Springs is a county within the Napa Valley region itself. And counties are kind of like,
Region.
yeah, smaller like...
Otago.
Yeah, kind of.
South
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So,
Okay.
this is more local news, whereas that's not like statewide news, but it's getting there.
Regional news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet.
That one.
Do you want me to read the whole? Do I read the whole thing?
Yeah, you can do if you want. Ooh. Yep, if you want to. These definitely. So as we established, because this is further in the future, the this looks newer, but also the contents look a lot newer and not more professional, but just more neat because it's all typed up and
Laid out.
yeah.
Better layout. Yeah.
Can I just point out that, congratulations, Mr. Joe. You asked me to play a game which requires a lot of reading.
Yeah.
Thus,
We've been going for 2 hours now, and we're only what? Maybe 30-40% of the way through. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a broken bottle.
yes.
Evidence.
but
Evidence.
also-
Photos.
As I stated at the start, I don't do good at England. But anyway.
Okay. Careful and pop and stuff. Human remains found in bunker. In bunker. These photos are they're the same photo.
Nope, different shirt that he's wearing tie in that one as well.
His head is put on.
People, oh yes.
Who cares? His
That's why I had
head,
the
his
mask
head
here,
is
so I
photoshopped.
Yeah.
I would say this is the suit that that head was taken from, but the whole person is photoshopped. Anyhow,
Anywho,
it is fake. So, Vichy Springs,
It is
California. The skeletal remains of a human were uncovered yesterday during a search of the damaged property at Cellar Underwoods. Hold up.
so it's a damaged property. Uncovered yesterday during a search of the damaged property at Underwood Cellar on yeah.
Hold up.
So, new evidence has been acquired that something happened to the vineyard yet again.
During a search of the damaged property at Underwood Cellars on Monticello Road in Vinci Springs, the remains were thought to be those of the missing Carrie Underwood, since they were found underneath his former office at the winery. Underneath the office.
Here's the layout.
Um.
So, we have the office.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Um.
And there's the staircase to the cellar. So it
Down.
wouldn't, down to this wine cellar. So it wouldn't be impossible to think that this is probably most of under here, or at least this bit here.
The wine
And
set.
so there could be a separate room or something over here.
What's wrong one?
Good
The
job. So here's the staircase down. The cellar is at least probably that part there, if not the whole part. If it's just this part here, then it's not unacceptable to think that there's another room or something here. And if it's there, then there could be something. There'd be something there anyway. Carrying on.
We need a whiteboard that we can put all this on.
With all the pins and the string and everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can you go on your phone and get rid of this thing? It's
yeah. You have to show me how to do that.
Well, if you go on and you are modding for me,
Whoa. Yeah.
I need to replace it. So go onto my chat, onto my thing, which you should be able to mod from.
Yes.
You won't be able to because
No, I can.
no, because it doesn't show you anything, any chat previous.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah. Good point. That is a very good point.
here we go.
No, needed if she's
There we go. Bang.
enters what?
Yeah. I just
Anyway.
banned because I can't figure out how to remove. Ah, mod comment.
Oh, yes. Very good. Right, and
Pretty sure it's a bot because
It asks if
because
you
of
want to
this
become-
specific wording is always the same. But
Yeah.
anyway,
So,
under the winery.
Yeah.
Story. Underwood went missing in 1995, though a note suggested he might have left of his own accord, which has not been
verify.
He might have left of his own accord. He has not been seen since his disappearance, though his wife was said to have received a letter from him postmarked Peru about a decade ago. Investigators say that the completely decomposed body of a male was discovered in a hidden room that was underground adjacent to Underwood's office at the Underwood Cellars showroom, where he was the proprietor, or the owner. The fact that only a skeleton remains suggests the body has been there for quite a long time, which would coincide with the time of disappearance. The earthquake, which did minor damage to the Underwood Cellars building itself, revealed a movable bookshelf behind which there was a staircase leading to a lower level. The main section of the building also had access in the form of a circular.
Keep going.
The main section of the building also had access in the form of a circular staircase to a wine cellar beneath the main showroom, but there was no connection between this room and the hidden cellar on the other side of the wall. Cool. The owner of the building, David Underwood, said he knew the hidden cellar existed, but told this reporter he never figured that that's where his missing brother had been all this time.
That's what the guilty person would say.
David knew about hidden room.
If I take quick side note, this one here says not only after 5 years can the wife claim her husband's stuff, but according where am I? A spouse or domestic partner and other certain family members, so like brothers and sisters and stuff, and creditors, so lawyers and crap like that, can file such a petition to presume him dead and get his stuff.
But not a friend or a person interested in the estate who is not within the specified
categories. But he is.
So Mark couldn't try and get the business,
But
who's the partner.
yes, but David being his brother could. Yes.
Marsha could.
Yes. She couldn't because they were having an affair.
None of them could.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Yeah.
Good chicken.
Oh, I really need to fix that camera if I want to do this again.
Yes.
Where is it?
Small steps.
Yeah, he never figured that's where his missing brother had been all this time. The younger Underwood inherited the building upon the death of his father, Lance Underwood. The fields and the vineyard itself were left to the deceased, Carrie Underwood. Business. I already put that there.
So they're they're presuming him dead now, even though they've stated back here that he's alive and just in Peru. They're assuming he's deceased there.
They said back here they assumed that he was alive.
Yes, based on the evidence that had come out. But right there, they're presuming him dead in the paper.
They're not no, they at this point I would say that they've already figured out that it is
okay.
his body.
Okay. Anyway, keep going there.
Yes, this is. Alright, so the car came up because of the. The car came up out of the river, the lake, because of the earthquake, which the
Droughts.
The droughts, because the thing already.
In 2014, in August.
Yeah, or mid-August.
This is
This
actually
is 26, this is 28.
Yeah, this is 2
Yeah,
days
so this is
later.
2 days later, yep. Yeah. Carrie Underwood's business partner, Mark, what's his name?
Blah, 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 blah.
Joined forces with the elder Underwood brother in 1982, and both saw the business enjoy healthy growth until the vines began to die from that weird named disease in the mid and late 1980s. He did not return our calls for comment. Okay. The room in which the skeleton was found was definitely a small wine cellar with sealed bottles of wine still intact. According to one source, the area had a table, a bed, and a rudimentary toilet and sink. The area had been sealed off pending an investigation. The disappearance of Carrie Underwood in 1995 sparked an investigation into the activities of the wine expert.
Continue on page 6.
We don't have that, I don't believe. I'll put
Yes,
that
we do. Oh no,
there.
these.
Page will be on this.
That's not the same.
Don't worry about it.
There, and that's not the same either.
Nah, don't worry about it. It would be near the top if it was. No, that's just talking about the earthquake.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Lovely.
So, looking into the top of this, a whole bunch of police reports. I don't know if we're going to read all of them.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to read, whether we read them out loud or not. We're gonna have to read all of them so that we get the context of this.
That's
Or
true.
you know what we could do?
Mhm.
Even though it's only 11:26, we could call it a night. And because this is a new case file and we've only just started with it, that way there's an easy place to pick back up from to finish it. So the question is, what do you want to do?
Good point, actually.
Because if we're going to stop, we might as well stop at an easy point.
Only got one person watching. So, unless this one person has any objections, which they can say in the chat.
One.
No more get off the ceiling.
Two on the back. Anyway, yes, you were saying that unless this person has any
unless
objections.
they have any objection, which I'm assuming is my wife. So please don't. We may as well just continue. To be entirely honest. Unless you want to stop.
I'm not worried.
We won't be able to bring it back until like next Tuesday, I don't think, because I'll get everything else.
Oh, yeah.
She is warm, isn't she?
She is, yes.
Maybe I should have done this for a day one.
Yeah.
Next time we will be doing day streams and then with these, and then we can just.
Well, unless you want to pick it up next Monday. Because I'm not doing anything next Monday. And you do your day stream on Monday, correct?
I do a day stream on Monday again.
And do you want to pick it up next Monday then? And then we can recap that. And then can finish this. And then if it takes longer, it doesn't matter.
No, nah. Shoot. Alright, we'll stop. I will stop for. We will stop for a quick minute or two break.
Okay.
Yeah, just to
Stretch the legs.
discuss, stretch legs. And I'm gonna make myself another coffee.
Congratulations.
Brilliant. See you in a minute.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
That will change things entirely.
Okay. Well, we are back.
Are we? Yay.
We are getting there. So we have case reviews, case reports.
Yeah. We have
This is realistically they're not too long. This is an excerpt.
You.
This is an excerpt of the official statement of Marsha Underwood. Don't read them out of order. I would like to read them all.
Oh, you're gonna read them all on stream.
This is an excerpt of the official statement of Marsha Underwood taken by hand Friday, August 29th, 2014 by Officer Ronald McClurk and recorded on tape. Ronald McClurk. My name is Detective Sergeant Ronald McClurk and I'll be recording this interview today. Marsha, do we have to do this today? I have funeral preparations to make. Yes, I understand and I'm sorry for your loss. I lost him 2 decades or more ago. Well, this won't take long. It says here you went to the police station on Saturday, April 1st to say your husband was missing. I went to bed early before he arrived home, which wasn't unusual. And he wasn't there when I got up the next morning and his bed hadn't been slept in. You had separate bedrooms? Lots of married couples had separate bedrooms. How long were you married? We were married in 1986. So when did
7 years.
he had it for 7 years?
If my maths is correct. When did she say they were married? 1986. Oh, sorry. And he died in 1995.
No, when did Lance die, their father?
Pass?
Will be in one of the letters? No, it won't be in that. Anyway, I'll keep reading this.
Yeah.
Here we go. We were married in 1986, so that was
1980 is when their father died. So that she got married to him 6 years. You said they got married in 1986, yes?
86, yeah.
So 6 years after
6 years after.
the father dies. And he died in 1995, yes?
We're missing 95.
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, so that means, 9 years of marriage.
So that would have been 9 years. Did you and he have any troubles? He did his thing and I did mine. But if you mean with the business, yeah, we had a lot of trouble because of the disease that had killed most of our wines. Things were rough for a while, and Harry was hoping to get one of his sparkling wines labelled as champagne, but that wasn't working out either. Let's go back to the morning you reported him missing. Did you go to the office before you went to the police station? Yes, I went to see if his car was there, but it wasn't, so I went straight to the police. You didn't think to look inside the office. Maybe there was something there that could have told you where he went. I didn't have a key to the building, and it was too early for his secretary to be there, and I didn't have the key to his private office door. You mean your husband worked in that building every day and you didn't have a spare key? Does your wife or girlfriend or whatever have a key to the police station? That's a fair point. What about David? I'm sure he had a key. Was David around much? I mean, he was not only a brother, but the owner of the building as well. Not much. He hardly went to the office, and he really came over to the house. David and Carrie were, well, interested in different things. They really didn't get along, and when I took over the office, I really saw David. Okay, so David never really had a relationship with either of them.
And David didn't have much interest in the
Wine wine business.
in the wine business, which is interesting though. He could have given the property
Yeah, well,
to his brother, but he didn't,
no.
which is interesting. Because generally, if you don't have any interest in something, you would.
Yeah.
Anyway.
In the office, what about the note? When I took over the office, I really saw David. Ronald McClark. In the office, what about the note found on Carrie's desk saying he just decided to take off? Marsha, I didn't believe any of that. That wasn't like him. And he was always leaving me notes in the house, but he always signed them C, not with his full name.
Told ya. Look, I'm a genius.
C.
And for those of you who are just tuning in, when we first started, we did the unboxing. Neither of us have played this before, neither of us knew anything really about it, and so I called it that the carry was wrong.
Yeah, well, I was just saying that the letters look similar.
Yeah, no, I know you were.
The writing looks similar.
I'm just saying I called it.
Why didn't you mention that to police? I was distraught at the idea that he was missing, more so when I saw the note that he had merely left me without a word. I didn't think about the note until afterwards. When did you find out your husband was having an affair? I never found out. I just guessed it from his distance and his late hours. I thought he was having an affair with his secretary, and at first figured she'd gone too. But when I spent some time in his office after he went missing, I figured it wasn't her. In fact, I kept her on as my secretary when I took over his share of the business.
Nice.
And when was that? I don't know, maybe a week or two after not hearing anything from him. How did you get along with his partner, now your partner, Mark Cellars? Mark is fine, he is the outside man, and I am the office manager. Do you want me to give you a breakdown of our duties? No, don't worry, that won't be necessary, but we talked to some neighbours who said they saw the two of you in his car on numerous occasions, so apparently spent quite a lot of time together. We don't spend any more time than necessary together. We don't do anything.
Bullshit.
We don't do anything socially. I don't drive a car, never did, because of a medical condition.
That's new information.
I thought Miguel,
Yes.
I thought Miguel had seen a car there the Saturday morning and said that it was her, Mrs. Underwood, didn't he? Was that not in here?
We'll have to go back and look at it.
She's capable of her Friday night, blah 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 blah. No car in the lot. 8 a.m. Miguel saw Mrs. Underwood turn around in the parking lot around 8:15.
Yes.
Is that in a car or not?
Well, you would assume so.
You'd assume so.
That's for a
Parking lot.
Yeah, exactly. And turn
Yeah.
around. It's
If
not-
if they came to the office by foot, he would have said, saw Mrs. Underwood
walk away.
walking.
Yeah. Because most people
Like
that would be not strange, but a distinction from driving a parking lot.
yeah.
Anyway,
I don't drive a car, never did because of a medical condition. So anytime we have to go somewhere for a business meeting or winery function, he has to drive me. So he drives you.
I call Paul Snitzel that she doesn't drive a car,
Yeah.
and that makes her suspicious.
So he drives you to and from work every day. No, I go everywhere by bike. If it's not too far. The office is only 1/10 of a mile away from my home, very specific.
And
even
again, that would have been referenced in the notebook if
if
she drove a bike.
Yeah. Because this report also makes it sound like it's a push bike, not a motorbike. So yeah. Interesting.
I go every way by bike. If it's not too far, the office is only 1/10 of a mile away from my home. Even the Oxbow Public Market in Napa is only 3.5 miles away. And you bike to work in the rain. If it is really bad out, Mark will pick me up, or Eloise, or Miguel, may he rest in peace.
So Miguel's dead. Although,
which would probably explain why there's no questioning
Miguel
statement from him.
Yes.
Miguel's
dead. Although that is logical because he worked with their father, so he would have been older.
Yeah. He died last year, 2 years ago, May 15, 2012. I have one curious question for you. You never had your husband declared legally dead. Why is that? I thought he was alive and living with someone somewhere. You claimed he was alive and that he wrote you about 5 years after his disappearance. Yet the typewritten letter you received, supposedly from him, was from a woman in Peru, as we found out from the fingerprints on the envelope. Same woman, in fact, who ran the B&B when you and Carrie spent your honeymoon. What tipped us off were the 2 folds in the envelope suggesting it had been folded and mailed to someone in an envelope and then mailed. Wait, what?
Yeah.
The same woman, in fact, who ran the B&B, blah blah blah, honeymoon. What tipped us off were the 2 folds in the envelope suggesting it had been folded and mailed to someone in an envelope and then mailed back to you. There's no crime in.
But also,
so the letter was sent from a woman to the place where they had their honeymoon.
The woman was the owner of the B&B where they had the honeymoon. So the woman sent it to someone in Peru, who then sent it back to her. Also, though, by the time
because look at this, they've actually folded it. It's actually been folded. So the envelope had actually been folded in thirds like that.
Notice how we didn't notice that. Also,
I did notice it on the letter, but I didn't realize. Right. Yeah.
Also, that says Carrie. It says in that report there that she eventually noticed that. She eventually realized that the "I ran away" letter was fake because it wasn't signed with C. So when she got that one,
it was signed with C, which he did, not Carrie. He signed C, not Carrie.
Yeah, that's my point. So, but that's signed with Carrie. But by the time she got that letter, she already figured that out. So she should have known that this was a fake letter. So again, it's
so the fingerprints.
Suspicious.
The fingerprints on the letter. Interesting. From the woman from the B&B.
Yeah.
What tipped us off were the 2 folds in the envelope suggesting it had been folded and mailed to someone in an envelope. So they wrote the letter, put the envelope inside another letter, sent it somewhere, and then that envelope was sent to Marsha. Then mailed back to you. There's no crime in that. Well, there may be. It could be fraud.
Yes.
But that can wait. Right now, I'm only interested in whether you had anything to do with your husband's disappearance and murder. I didn't. End of questioning.
I'll take this one. And I can read it. She is suspicious, and like Carrie, whether it was before Carrie disappeared or not, I reckon not only was Carrie having an affair with Sandy,
that Marsha might have quite possibly been having an affair herself with good old French boy.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
I don't know about that, but I would probably say
It's
there
a
was
possibility.
something
Or a
probably
relationship
going on.
formed afterwards.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Who's that one from?
David. Or it's questioning of David.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is an excerpt of the official statement of David Underwood taken by hand Wednesday.
The rest is the
August.
same.
Oh yeah.
Just say who it's from.
Oh, yes, it's from David. My name is Detective Sergeant Ronald Mathern, and I will be recording the interview today. David, do I need a lawyer? This is first. Anyway.
Well, he's a suspect in a murder trial.
Yeah, that's true. Not if you don't have anything to hide. Slight pause to wait for reaction. There is none. Okay. You were the brother of Carrie Underwood? ? Yes, my entire life. So David's a bit of a smartass, which I can
it sounds like
appreciate.
it, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, my entire life. I read an interview in the Vici record that says your father named your brother after Cary Grant. Who were you named after?
You like me to read it?
I mean, you can. I just thought I'd break it up a bit.
I was thinking I might try and read them a little bit faster.
Oh yeah, okay, then go for it.
Just, yeah.
Don't ruin the file.
You're the brother of my entire life. I read an interview in the Vici record that said that your father named your brother after Cary Grant.
Yep.
Who were you named after? Eisenhower, his middle name. At least they didn't call me Dwight.
Yeah.
Okay. And how close were you and your brother? Define close. Did you get along? Do you do things together? Did you fight? Sometimes really, and sometimes we were brothers after all. And did you get along? Sometimes. Did you do things together? Really? Did you fight? And sometimes. We were brothers after all. Maybe you fought, Ronald, maybe you fought about his controlling the entire business of Underwood Cellars while you had charge of only the building like a landlord. Is that a question? Did you resent that your brother had control over the entire business? Why should I? He had his wines, I had my real estate. Since you inherited the building, did you know there was a hidden cellar underneath the office? Yeah, I knew. I was the owner of the building. I had all the plans. Did you look down there after your brother disappeared? No, I haven't been down there since I inherited the building. I completely forgot it was there. Why would I think my brother was hiding in the basement?
Did you put him there? ? Exclamation mark?
Yeah. I haven't been there. Why would I think my brother would be hiding in the basement? Speaking of hiding, did you ever have a relationship with Marsha Underwood or Eloise White? Why? What does that? Why does that matter? It might. You mean to be cleverly saying I was hiding a relationship? Those would be my affairs, if I had any affairs. I mean. Okay, then where were you on Friday the 31st, 1995? How should I know? That was almost 20 years ago. Look, unless you're going to charge me with something, I have better things to do. I'm out of here. End of questioning.
He's defensive.
Yeah.
He might have something to hide. He is quite defensive indeed. A defensive smartass. Interesting. It is implied he has a wife, so why? But then he got defensive about it. Potential affairs, maybe. Interesting.
I would say he'd have an affair with Marsha
Yes.
more than Eloise.
Oh, yeah, same here.
I don't know why he would hide a relationship with Eloise.
Well, it implies that he's married. Because he said that would be my affairs. If I had affairs, implying that he's married. Or
Well,
got a
affairs
partner.
means it's my business. Affair as well.
Aren't they spelled different?
No.
The two. Oh, well, okay, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
Next person!
Statement of Mark. My name is Detective Sergeant Ronald McClurk, and I will be recording this interview today. Okay, sure, ready. You were Carrie Underwood's business partner. That's right, we were friends in school and decided to go into business together in 1982. He took over
2 years after his father's death.
My bad, I forgot to do this. Mark!
So,
Partner 82.
2 years after Daddy's death. Yep.
He took over the company when his father died in 1980. You know about the thingy problem that re-emerged in 1980? The Lyme disease?
Yeah.
With the funny PH word.
Yeah.
I mean, that had nothing to do with his father's death. It was just the same year. Aphids. The black sort of... microscopic aphids came from the Mississippi Valley and destroyed 50,000 acres of vines in California
Dang.
because they had root stock that wasn't resistant. So Carrie needed money to replant almost all the vines, new stuff. This is when Cabernet Sauvignon took over, Chardonnay in California. I invested money and we became partners 60-40. 60-40
To Carrie.
Mark to Carrie.
What did it say?
Just 60-40.
Yeah, I would assume.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if it was Mark's, then Mark would be the
Owner.
owner,
Yeah.
technically.
Yeah, exactly.
And how did that partnership work out? Fine. I mean, we had our arguments. I'm sure you've heard about those, but partners disagree sometimes.
Yes, definitely. A difference of opinion is not necessarily a bad thing.
You were often heard boasting that you did 75% of the work, so I guess these disagreements were that you were only getting 40% of the profit. Among other things, yeah, there was discussions about that, and Carrie wanted to keep the business small, and I wanted to expand, things like that.
Small but cool instead of otherwise.
Let me ask you the leading question. Where were you in 1995 on the night of your partner's disappearance? Friday evening, March 31st. Carrie's secretary, Ms. White, says he was still in the office when she left around 5 o'clock. I remember, even though it was a long time ago, because I was home on an overseas call with friends.
You called back. Good job.
Yep. I was talking to the Interprofessional Committee for Wines and Champagne, asking them whether we could label one of our sparkling wines as champagne. The reason I remember it is because there's normally a 9-hour difference between California and France. But
Right.
just like it is now, daylight saving time had already begun in Europe.
Yeah.
In 1995 they started on Sunday March 26th, if I remember, and ours didn't begin until a full week later, the Sunday of 1995. They started on, oh wait, I skipped the line. Ours didn't begin until a week later, the Sunday of April 2nd. So on Friday there was an 8-hour difference. I was on the phone for about half an hour at 8:30 that evening. That would have been 12:30 in the afternoon in France, around the time Carrie was killed.
Yep, okay.
killed. He doesn't think that Carrie went missing initially.
Or maybe there's other evidence in here that we haven't got to yet that states that it was the Bones Worker's body. Anyway.
Oh, these are different dates. Taking my hand Friday, August 29th. Hers, Eloise White's was on August 27th.
Yes.
These are different days.
Congratulations.
Well, it's not my fault. This is the order in which they were in.
I know.
Anyway. Do you have any phone records to prove it? Not after almost 20 years. Maybe the phone company here or in France have a record. Phone companies don't keep records for more than 2 to 5 years. What happened after Carrie didn't turn up for work on Monday? I didn't go into the office very much, so I didn't know he hadn't shown up on Monday. The police came by Monday late afternoon. That's the first time I heard he was missing. And a couple weeks later, when Carrie still didn't show up, Marsha took over his duties. I always figured Carrie took off with some lover, because I could tell he was having an affair. You know, there are signs, or maybe Marsha sent him away. They weren't getting along too well, and I think she wanted more involvement in the business. So she just took his place. Things just continued as normal, and you were still just getting your 40%? Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah.
End of questioning. He talks a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He was happy with 40%.
Talker.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was happy with his 40% because he was shagging the boss. That's what that says to me.
Yeah, that's what it says to me as well. It's very interesting. Eloise White, blah blah blah.
So this interview took place before the one with Mark. What about the first one that we... Well, the first couple that we did?
David's was on the 27th, Marsha was on the 29th.
So
this one and David's were at first.
And then Marsha and Mark.
Marsha, Mark, and Sandra were on the 29th.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Cool. Miguel's dead.
Miguel's gone. Gonskis. He kicked the bucket.
He gone.
He kicked the bucket, mate.
So if he had any part in the death of Carrie, well, he won't be going to prison because he dead. But I highly doubt that. Anyway.
Blah blah blah. My name is blah blah blah. You have been Carrie Underwood's secretary for a number of years prior to his disappearance, or had been prior to his disappearance in 1995. Yes, I started working for him in '83.
So, a year after Mark came on board as a partner, and 3 years after Daddy's death.
Great.
Yeah. See, I'm good with numbers.
I started work for him in 1983. And you were how old then? 20.
Dang, they're young.
Did you ever have more than a professional relationship with Carrie Underwood? What do you mean? Did you ever have a more intimate connection with Carrie Underwood? That would be none of your business. Well, it might be. You were both single at the time you were hired. Yes. Because they got married, him and Marsha married in 86, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. You were both single at the time you were hired, and before he disappeared in 1995, when he was married, there were rumours going around that he was having an affair, and a broken love affair, and unrequited love has been a motive for murder more times than people realise. I heard those rumours, and if some of them were about me, they were wrong. We'd never been out after work, and he had never been to my house. I finished work around the same time every day, around 5, and if Carrie was in the office in the afternoon, he was usually still there by the time I left. So where did you go after leaving work that day? Home as usual. No affair.
20's my age.
Yeah. Home as usual. Did you go out later? I don't remember, probably not. Can anyone verify you were at home all evening? Well, it's been a long time, and maybe my housemate can. And what is his name? Her name is Melody Winston. How would we be able to reach Ms. Winston if we needed to? At the same address you have for me, she is still my housemate. Let me ask you about Underwood Cellars. What about the underground cellar access through the door in his office? Through a door in his office. I never knew anything about that. I never saw music, and I never heard any sound from underground. Well, you wouldn't. The ceiling was solid brick. What about a key in the building? I had keys made, 4 copies, me, Carrie, Mark, and David. Why not Miguel? Because Miguel was the...
Me, Carrie... Wait, say that again?
Me, Carrie, Mark, and David.
So, at least that backs up that Marsha never had a key.
Marsha never had a key. Yeah.
So, at least we know she's not lying about that.
Marsha never had a key. Marsha?
Never had a key on anything. I still think she's lying about the car, though.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
Actually.
Anyway, at least we know she
keys.
never had a key. Miguel never had a key.
Me, Carrie.
Mark, David.
My OCD got me, and I had to put it in the right order.
Yeah.
But none for Miguel.
Yeah.
That's interesting, even though he was the caretaker. Caretaker? Handler.
He was the caretaker of the property, of like the land though. Not
Yeah, so why would he not need a...
He wouldn't really need to do anything in the building necessarily. Especially if he already lived on the land, which he did. Anyway, he's dead now, we don't care about him.
I just had a thought.
Oh.
No, I just never turned this down.
Oh, dang!
Actually, I never turned this down.
Yeah, okay. All they can hear is us murmuring in the background and...
Yeah, apologies if that is what has happened. Still only got one person watching.
It's probably a cat.
No, it seems like we're painful left. I don't know. We seem to have had a few people.
Yeah.
Anywho, but it doesn't matter.
Anywho. So continue.
And that key also worked on the door to Carrie's office? No, those keys only worked on the front door.
Oh, okay.
Front door.
Front door.
Carrie had his own key to his outside office door, and before you ask, no, I don't know if he had a set made for anyone else either. You continued working there after Mr. Underwood disappeared? Yes, his wife took over his duties, and to my surprise, she allowed me to stay as her secretary. End of questioning. Not a lot in there.
No.
Not really. That doesn't actually really seem like a proper questioning. But anyhow.
But enough to verify that Marsha doesn't have keys.
Correct. Questioning of Sandra Bellini.
The redhead lady. The one who's potentially Irish or Scottish.
Yep. I spelled it with an I. You're saying D-R-I? Because he calls her Sandy in that letter.
Yeah.
Which was true, or
it was marked with a C. With the
so it was
dash.
correct?
Correct.
So it's from him?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a pet name. Oh, ain't that cute?
My name is Detective Sergeant blah, 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 blah. Fine, I'm ready. I have nothing to hide.
Right.
defensive? Or passive aggressive?
Keep reading, we'll figure it out. Potentially passive aggressive.
Yeah, potentially.
What does the next line say after us say? We'll figure it out.
Good, then let's cut to the chase. I assume when the forensic examiners match the woman's footprint found in the underground cellar, it will be a... I assume when the forensic examiners match the woman's footprint found in the underground cellar, it will be a match with your own. If you mean, was it I who was in the cellar with Carrie from time to time? Yes.
Hey. It also mentioned that there was a bed and a sink and like a table or something. So that's where... that's where they did the good stuff in the affair.
So the bed in the cellar was not just for Carrie when he needed a rest. I guess you'll find my DNA thereabouts as well. We had shared naps, you might say. Boom! Right out the gate, affair! Oh, yeah!
Yeah, but we already knew that because we're smart detectives. That doesn't mean she killed him. If they were having lots of fun together, there would be no reason for her to kill him. And afterwards, she hasn't got or tried to do anything around the business or anything. So she
wasn't part of the business.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is she hasn't tried to get the business or anything like that either. So,
which means she just doesn't care about it.
Yes, but I think she would. I don't think she killed him because I think she would still wanted him alive to continue having fun. Anyway, keep it going.
Then you are willing to admit. So this is after that we had shared naps, you might say.
Yeah.
Ronald. Then you are willing to admit that you were having an affair with Carrie Underwood. Since you already know that, yes. Did you have a key to the cellar? No, access was only through Carrie's office, and he kept the key to his office and the cellar door.
Yeah.
I think his partner had a key too. Mark.
No, partner is
Mark's the partner. Key to...
Oh, yes, because she would have said the wife
office.
If she had Marsha.
Question mark.
Mark killed Carrie! Anyway.
I think his partner had a key too, but Carrie said his partner, would never go down there without him, so there is no chance we would be disturbed. Fair. When you were questioned at the time of Mr. Underwood's disappearance, you said nothing about the hidden cellar. Well, there was no reason to think he was hiding down there. In no way I could have mentioned it without giving away the relationship Carrie and I had. Where were you on Friday, March 31st, 1995, the day he disappeared? I was at home, alone. My son had left for his job in Half Moon Bay, so nobody can confirm I was there. That's what being alone means.
That's passive aggressive.
That's straight up aggressive.
Well, yeah.
Your lover goes missing and you don't make inquiries anyway. And where would I do that, officer? Besides, I didn't know he was missing until I read it in the paper on, I think it was Monday. There was nothing I could do except wait to hear from him. And did you? No, never. End of questioning.
Well, yeah. But that's because he's dead.
Yeah.
So, you know.
From Harry. Right. So, what did he say? Mark. Where is Mark? Mark. Oh.
Hmm?
So there's nothing about a key.
In Mark's testimony.
In Mark's questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Which means either his was before or they really didn't care about it. It's on the same day. So I'm thinking that it was probably before.
Mm-hmm. Do they have timestamps?
No.
No, they do not. Bugger.
They really should.
Probably.
Probably real ones would.
Probably. Yeah.
Y2K.
Oh, I do.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Y2K phase ahead. What year is it?
This is Sunday, May 9th, 1999. And this one is August 25th, 2014. Talking about the earthquake. Anyway. Silence as we read.
I'm waiting for you. Oh, I thought you were going to read that.
Oh.
I can.
Napa. This is well before. This is Sunday, May 9th, 1999. 4 years after the disappearance of good old Gary. Napa Valley's return to greatness? ? This is from the New Vine Times. Napa Valley, California, in 1992. We all feared the end of Napa Valley was upon us. Our beautiful vineyards were reduced to smoke and debris as miles of vines were piled and burned, reducing lifetime investments to ashes. In a return visit, the stupid disease starting with P. In a return visit, blah blah blah, the destructive parasite that had destroyed vineyards around the world a century before devastated Napa Valley once again. Despite 100 years of research, no one had figured out how to combat the dreaded new infestation. In Napa County and throughout Northern California, the thing destroyed over 50 acres of, yes.
I was just thinking, does that have anything specifically about the Underwood Cellars, or?
I don't know, but this does verify, because one of them in evidence was talking about the 50 acres.
50,000 acres?
Yeah, 50,000 acres that were destroyed.
Yeah.
And so this
Well,
at least verifies that.
Yeah, well, see, that would be public record. That would be, that's a public thing, So, I mean, that didn't really need verification, because if it didn't happen, then the police officer, the sergeant, would have known about it.
Yes, but my point is that we, the players, need the public information. Thus, it's giving us the public information to verify it, because it wasn't verified in the report.
What I was just asking was if there's anything specifically about, or roughly specifically about, Underwood Cellars.
Yeah, hold on. Let me skim through the rest of it then. Nothing on that page.
That one doesn't really have anything interesting in it.
No, there's that one. So neither of those really have anything that we probably need to go back to.
There's evidence photos there. We haven't had anything about evidence though. So I'm thinking currently. Won't worry about those. Incident report August 26th. So the day of the earthquake. No, 2 days after the earthquake.
What's this?
Incident report. Discovery of human remains. So this is 2 days after the earthquake.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You think, where did I see the earthquake? Oh, following the earthquake of August 24th.
Yeah.
2 days after the earthquake.
Yeah, okay.
And I think a day or two after finding the car underwater.
So,
following the earthquake of August 24th, firefighters and EMTs canvassed the Vichy Springs area to survey the damage and assist any residents who may be trapped or in other difficulties, or who were inside buildings that might no longer be considered safe. Excuse me. Yeah, Officer Ziggy Grossman. The rear section of the Underwood Cellars building At 2130 Monticello Road had a collapsed wall, and there was a cave-in directly behind the building, creating a crevice and revealing a concrete structure. The fissure had split open one end of an underground bunker.
So that's how they found the bunker.
Yep, later determined to be a wine cellar. So this is the hidden room.
Yes. That Carrie died in.
Huh?
That Carrie died. It'd be dead in.
Yeah.
Anyway, yep.
Where his body was put.
Yeah.
The first responders were able to make their way inside the cellar, only one end of which had been damaged by the quake. A stairwell led up to the office, which is used by Marcia Underwood, the proprietress of Underwood Cellars, along with her business partner Mark Tollhouse. Still intact in the underground cellar were bottles of wine, some broken, but most of them in fine condition. Empty shelves, a table, small refrigerator not working, a sink, a toilet, and a bed. A broken bottle along with pieces of glass were scattered around. These were collected by forensic investigators. A watch had a shattered crystal
Yeah. Keep going. There's the watch.
A watch had a shattered crystal. A watch with a shattered crystal and hooked into a clip was found next to the body.
That one. Yeah. So you're there.
Also found in the cellar was one dead body. I'll switch it to
Wonderful.
this one.
Perfect.
Evidence photos. Broken bottle.
So yeah, dead body.
Broken glass alongside the
dead body. There's the bookshelf secret entrance.
Watch.
There
also found
is the stairwell. There's the cabin.
Okay, hold it. Stop. You're jumping ahead of me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I believe the bookshelf was along here somewhere. So the stairwell had to be inside this bit here. If these are the bookshelves.
Yeah.
So there was, as you can tell from that on there. Also found in the cellar was one dead body. The earthquake was not the cause of death, as the body consisted solely of a skeleton with a metal plate attached to the left ankle.
Fun. Wait, what? The skeleton what? Consisted of a...
one sec.
Okie
Metal plate left ankle.
No.
The body consisted solely of a skeleton with a metal plate attached to the left ankle. The appearance of the skeleton and the surrounding area of the cellar suggested that there had been no activity in these confines for at least a decade. After a telephone conversation with one of the senior officers, Officer Matt Locke, back at police headquarters, it was surmised that the body might be that of the husband of the above-mentioned Marcia Underwood, Harry Underwood, who disappeared in 1995. It seems that, in fact, he had not left Vichy Springs, but has resided here for 19 years. I don't know if resided is the correct word.
Yes, but that's one way to put it.
Yeah.
So switching back. And go
1995 March 31st.
That's the car in the parking lot.
Parking lot surveillance. 8:25. which means that this is the second car. There's a car here, though. It's actually the edge of a car. This should be after the first car is left.
No, because they said the first car left at 8:30.
Miguel said 8:15.
That's true, but the other lady said 8:30.
Yeah, sometime around 8:30. Anyhow,
Anyway.
there's a car. Looks like a pretty sweet car too. Cabin of Miguel. Oh yeah.
That's Miguel's house, and he now did.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did.
Yeah. What's the next lot? Do you want me to read or?
We have 1986. We have 2014. We have 2014.
Well,
in 2014, and that is probably more likely 2014. So we might as well do that one first.
Report. Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice. Report on David Underwood. Filed December 1st, 1986. Inactive/archive.
Oh yes. Keep going. Perfect. Yep.
David Xavier Underwood, date of birth February 14th, 1956. Father, no spouse. Physical characteristics: left-handed birthmark on rear side of upper torso.
What?
Left quadrant. What? No spouse.
David.
It was suggested that David, the brother, it was
Yes.
suggested that he either had an affair with Marsha or Eloise after Carrie's death.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Yep.
Background: David Underwood had one arrest for DUI as a teenager, sentence suspended, and one arrest for drunk and disorderly, a misdemeanor under California. In 1978 at age 22, and one arrest for DUI that same year, for which he was given a sentence of 30 days in jail. For a DUI, flip.
Yeah, they're harsh in California.
FBI involvement.
Oh dang.
Guilty of cybercrime in 1982, age 26, when he was convicted.
When
2 years after his father died.
no, but when Carrie and
Mark
Mark.
went to, no, that was 93, wasn't it?
No, 93 was when. Was 90.
In 82, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. And 93 was when What's Her Face came along.
That's right, Eloise.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. So 92,
guilty of cybercrime in 1982, age 26, when he was convicted of working with Ian Murphy, Captain Zap, a year earlier.
Flipping
he did
Captain
it-
Zap, I
he-
tell you.
He did it in 1981. He was convicted
Oh,
in 1982.
Oh, yeah.
Under Murphy's leadership, David Underwood hacked the American Telephone Company in order to manipulate its internal clock, allowing him and his colleagues to continue to make free calls even at peak time. He was given a suspended sentence and placed on a 1-year probation. This department has had no dealings with the subject since 1983, and learned that he returned to university and has since obtained a real estate license. Action: inactive, moved to archive.
Huh. Interesting.
Right, so what's this one?
A report.
Report of medical examination. From the medical examiner on the remains found at the Underwood Cellars building. Examination summary: August 27, 2014.
Yeah, of the bones.
3 days after? It was the 24th that the earthquake happened at.
Yep.
Yep. And write down the actual time.
Anyway.
Oh no, 25th. Well, yeah, anyhow. Identification of remains found on Monday, August 25th, 2014, underneath the office of the Underwood Cellars building were determined to be those of Carrie Underwood. Determination was made from the identification of the metal plate in the left ankle, which the subject's medical records showed to be the result of an early mishap while playing soccer. The earthquake that hit
Okie dokie.
The earthquake that hit Napa Valley in the middle of the night split open the earth to reveal the underground bunker. Makes it sound like it's
Yeah.
you can see
Yeah, exactly.
you can see hell from
Yeah.
from
Just like in the Bible.
or China.
Yeah.
The earthquake that hit split open the earth to reveal the underground bunker, uncovering the remains therein, and did not contribute to the demise of the subject. Marks and a slight depression on the lateral anterior left hand side of the skull indicate the subject was struck with a blow from a heavy object like a club while facing his assailant.
So the heavy wine bottle that eventually smashes. Because they're said to have had wine in them. Because all the other ones are nicely intact.
Murder weapon.
Yeah. Yep. So that makes sense.
The blow would have emanated from slightly above, and no other injuries were apparent on the skeletal structure. The body was found lying on its right side. The lack of any tissue or organ remains makes it impossible to determine if the blow to the head was the cause of death or if some additional circumstances resulted in death. Given the aforementioned examination, I respectfully submit that the death of Carrie Underwood was ruled a homicide. Rob Peterson, MD, American Board of Pathology in a something.
Do that one next.
Oh, this is from the lawyers. Gatlin.
Freaking Gatlins.
Gatlin.
Yeah, anyway.
September 2nd. Further to your letter of Friday, August 29th, we can provide your office with a summary of the salient points in the last will and testament of Carrie Underwood. Should you wish a more formal accounting, you will need to submit a court order to us.
So we can get more money.
Sorry,
yeah.
Essentially giving a summary of the will and testament. Having declared himself of sound mind and body on Monday, on Monday, November 28th, 1994.
So a year or a few months before his death.
6 months, because it was April.
Yes.
Yeah, the 1st of April that he went missing, wasn't it?
Yep. Anyway. Yes.
5 months.
Yeah.
The declaration of Carrie Underwood, witnessed by one Miguel Espadato, stipulated that all his assets and properties would be distributed as follows. All monies, be they cash, stocks, bonds, bank assets, coins, or paper money, shall be bequeathed to my wife, Marcia Underwood, along with all my personal effects and the property and home at our residence, 2138 Monticello Road, Beachy Spring, and the entirety of the contents therein.
But not the business. Anyway.
The building, Underwood Cellars, at 2130 Monticello Road, and the land on which it stands shall be bequeathed to my brother, David Underwood.
So he would get entirety of the...
He would get the building and the lands.
Yes. Yes, so essentially he'd be getting the company, yes. Oh no.
As per the contractual agreement I have with my business partner, Mark, all the land and vineyards thereon shall be bequeathed to him.
Oh, so nothing really actually changes for David.
No.
But... Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay.
I hope your office is able to provide answers to the disappearance and now possible murder of Carrie Underwood. Please contact me or any one of my brothers. Any one of my 32 brothers.
Yeah.
Personally, if you require additional assistance. Okay.
Mr. Gatlin. That's signed by Gatlin. Yep. Now, I'm not sure if these are the go together, but we'll
Bureau
soon
of
find.
Forensic Services.
Oh, this is the big Yep.
Process is undertaken. No alcohol in the blood. Computer.
Yeah. So anyway, this will probably explain this.
No fire debris, no explosives, no firearms or tool marks, no gunshot residue. Impression, footwear, the shoe. Oh, reference 1, reference 2.
Reference 1, reference 2, reference.
Latent print comparisons, forensic biology, DNA, toxology, trace analysis, handwriting analysis of note on desk.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to read all these.
Okay. Okay. Number 1 for crime scene investigation. Examination of the crime scene at Underwood Cellars, 20 blah blah blah. Address discovered near the body described in previous documents was a broken bottleneck with a cork still in it, and bottle fragments and shards scattered around. Preliminary examination of the bottleneck revealed a thumbprint. Indicating the bottle had been held around the neck by a right hand with a thumb pointing away from the cork. Which means they held it from the top of the bottle, like so.
Yeah.
Good thing I closed that.
Yeah, very.
But with the right hand.
Yeah, which would
what
be
did it
their
say?
dominant.
Where is it? Report on David Underwood. Where is it? Physical characteristics, left-handed.
Of David.
Yep, which means it shouldn't be David.
It's not David.
Because it would more than likely be left-handed. I mean, I'm left-handed, I'm ambidextrous. If I was to whack somebody...
Yeah, but what would be your dominant hand for whacking?
My right, for writing, left hand.
So Joe did it.
Anyhow.
He looks like whacking it.
A partial print was not sufficient to identify any suspect. Of course not, that would be too easy. Yeah. Also found was a broken railroad trainman's watch, one which clips onto a belt, facing upside down, and is then lifted up to read the time. Though badly corroded, the gold watch, through the broken crystal, clearly showed the time at which it had stopped working, 8:22, though nothing would indicate whether it was AM or PM.
It was PM.
8:22.
It was PM.
It's a pretty perfect
smash.
It's directly in the middle.
Yeah, no, it was PM.
Yeah. So, impression. The dry interior of the room allowed the recovery of 3 pairs of footprints. One that was set. I'm just going to write this. Right.
Not David. David didn't kill his brother, that's good.
David. Yeah, it did. Three pairs of footprints. One set was that of Carrie Underwood. One set was from a woman's shoe, and the third set was from a size 11 shoe. Size 11 shoe.
Right.
No comparisons are available at this time for the unidentified print.
Well, we know that the woman's one is Sandra's.
Right.
because she pretty much admits that that's hers
Yeah.
when they're having their naps, as she puts it.
Sandra Man Carey. Footprint. So latent print comparisons, fingerprints. Yeah, glass fragments examined proved to be from the same bottle. See number 1. Yep. None had been identifiable fingerprints. A few shards showed a sliding smudge print showing that the bottle had been held by the victim and pulled upwards out of the victim's hand. So they struggled for a bit, then they pulled it up.
And smack.
Because it came from above.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the coroner's report said.
Mm-hmm.
It came from above, and so it smacked him on the top. Latent prints taken from the envelope addressed to Marsha Underwood, mailed from Peru in 2000, were shown to belong to Mrs. Ariane Alvarez, who, according to investigators, runs a B&B in Cusco. Fingerprints on the letter purported to those of Carrie Underwood, with those of Marsha Underwood. Fingerprints on the letter thought to be those of Carrie Underwood, with those of Marsha Underwood. Carrie Underwood's fingerprints were not found on the envelope or contents. On the letter, not the envelope. On the letter. So Marsha wrote the letter. The typewritten letter.
Yeah, I know.
Because her fingerprints were on there. Huh?
I know who did it. Anyway, keep going.
You're jumping ahead.
Yeah, I know who did it.
The handwritten note found on Carrie Underwood's desk, see number 6.
Yeah, the
was wiped clean, leaving no fingerprint evidence. So that one. I need to stand up to grab that stuff.
Okay, you have fun.
So I'm assuming that it's talking about this letter. This one here. Found in his desk.
That's the one with no prints.
The handwritten note found on Carrie Underwood's desk was wiped clean, leaving no fingerprints.
Yes.
It's also got his full name, which is not how he signs his letters.
Yes.
I also don't believe that if this one was written by Marsha, this one was not. Because the writing is too different.
Yeah.
The actual writing. So that you can look...
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Like, it's being tried to make look like it look like it was his.
So, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Number 4, forensic biology. Number 5, forensic biology. Conventional, and then DNA. Not that one. See police report dated August 26, 2014. Medical examiner's report and medical August 27th. Yep, so that's that one. But then there's the yellow one as well. 26th to the 14th. Yep. And that's talking about the forensic biology. In other words, they're cohorts with the furniture. they're naps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Investigators had on file the handwritten note found on Carrie Underwood's desk the day of his disappearance. An analysis of the handwriting on the note revealed it did not match that of Carrie Underwood. With respect to other documents known to have been written by him. No comparisons to the handwriting of persons of interest have been made at this time. And what's this one?
So this one's just a timeline. So it says that 1946, David and Carrie's dad comes back from the army, and he buys the building and the land. 1980, death of dad at 72. The son Carrie is born in 1990. Who's born in 1940? I can't math. 1954, takes over at age 26. Brother David is in school getting his real estate stuff and has no interest in the business. The will gives David the historical building and Carrie the fields. And then the foreman Miguel, who's worked there since 1956, at the age of 20, will get the cabin. 1982, partnership formed with Carrie and Mark. 1983, Carrie hires his assistant, age 20, as secretary, and then that same year, Carrie meets Marsha in a Lucky supermarket. The couple marry in 1986. 1995, Friday, March 31. The disappearance of Carrie, who is aged 41. Interview with neighbor Majid Linguist on Monday, April 3rd. And then it gives all the ages of the people. So 1995, when he went missing, Carrie was 41, David was 39, Marsha was 42, Mark was 41, his secretary was 32, Miguel was 59, and Sandra was 43. He liked girls who were older than him. Anyway. 1995, on Saturday, the 1st of April, Marsha Underwood goes to police to report husband missing. Police officer Leonard Banks interviews the following: Margaret, secretary, and the neighbor. Marsha, the wife. Yeah, and Miguel. Yes. 1995, Monday, April 3rd. Police officer Leonard Bank interviews the following. He interviews Mark, he interviews David, Mark the partner, David the brother, and Sandra the mistress. 2000, Marsha Underwood receives a letter from Peru, and is said to be from Carrie, which we know it was not. 2012, Miguel dies at the age of 75. So he did pretty well to live that long. 2014, on Sunday, August 24th at 3:20 a.m. and earthquake reveals body of Carrie Underwood, 1995, disappeared in case, blah blah blah. The police report statements are taken. Police report statements are taken from August 24th to 29th. Ages: Carrie dead, David is 58, Marsha is 61, Mark is 60, Eloise is 51, Miguel is dead, and Sandra is 62. And then 2014, Wednesday, August 27th, the forensic report is prepared. The reading of the Vichy Lake receding of the Vichy Lake shows the submerged car owned by Carrie Underwood, and the police investigation into the death of Carrie Underwood continues, which is what we've just been doing. You want to know my theory?
Yes.
I reckon it was Mark and what's her face? Marsha. I reckon that Marsha
Who
knew.
said that it has to be one of them?
Nah, I reckon it was both of them. But anyway.
No, I'd say that there has to be one of them.
Okay, well then
just
I
by
reckon it
means
was.
of the, just because of what it says. Ow.
Okay, well I reckon it was Mark, because I reckon that Mark wanted the. There's no evidence to support him knowing that he would get the. Carrie had put that he gets the company in his will, but what we do know is that they would fight over things about like their percent of profit and how the business should be run and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then he was okay with 40% when Marshall took over.
Yes, and but also that there's the possibility that he had a key to the thing and that he had been down there before. And so I reckon it was and if the handwriting on the note was not Marsha's, then it has to be Mark's. And also, Mark probably would have overlooked that Carrie signs everything with a C, but knows that he signed everything with his name.
Was there not a letter in here written by Mark? Yes.
Not that one. Not that one.
This.
You want that one plus...
I don't know who the heck Mike is. This is early on.
Yeah, no, we don't need that one. We want that one.
I mean, it did say that it didn't...
Wait, hold on. Carrie. Yep, they're very similar.
Well, see, the problem is that...
He does his C's the same way. Yeah, but he probably wrote this one too.
It's a mixture. The C looks similar.
Well, he's done the C.
The Y...
He's done the
here.
Y differently every time. But he's done the...
Yeah, I mean, a Y...
That just means that he's slightly inconsistent.
Or he's doing it on purpose.
Yes. Either way, I vote Mark.
Right, well, shall we go through this quickly? We should have been filling this out as we went. But
Well, you filled that out, so that's alright.
well, kind of, yeah.
Anyway, I know who it wasn't. It wasn't Miguel. Because he did.
No, but he died after.
Yes. But it wasn't
after
him.
Carrie.
Yeah.
He died in 2012.
At the age of 75. Anyway, what?
Motive: who had a reason to kill the victim? Did any particular person benefit financially or romantically from the victim's death? Or was it a case of revenge?
So motive, Mark has motive.
Means: who had access to the murder weapon and the victim? Did any particular person have the unique knowledge, skill, or physical ability necessary to use the murder weapon?
Well, Mark has all of that. He has the knowledge of the cellar and the strength to pull off a blow.
Technically speaking, Miguel probably could have as well. Miguel,
True.
like, there's nothing to say
But
that...
we don't know
There's
that
nothing
Miguel...
to say that when somebody went down into the cellar, that somebody else couldn't follow without...
True. We also...
It wasn't to the... Miguel's keys weren't to the office, though. But, at the same time, there were two people arguing in the office.
Yes, that would have been Carrie and Mark, who we know had arguments about everything.
Opportunity: who had the chance to kill the victim? Is any particular person unaccounted for, has no alibi during the time the victim was killed?
Yes, she has no alibi, but I doubt it would be her.
Correct.
Because she wants to keep having, as she put it, their naps.
Yeah.
I also want to go back to...
Should have switched that for me for any...
Yes. Where is her... his letter to her?
It'll be in here.
Bugger, dude, bugger. Yeah. I also just want... I'll put that up. Okay.
He did say that he was on a call.
Who?
Mark. At the time. He also said it in 1995.
Yes.
Where is it?
But that could be just a lie.
Go.
The thing I want to go back to here though is that Mark says, sorry, not Mark. Carrie says to Sandra that I have a late meeting tomorrow, so I can't make it as planned. So whoever killed Carrie killed him in the cellar, bunker, whatever you want to call it, and then drove his car into the lake, left it there, and then came back, and that would have been the shadow walking that looked like a man. There's another reason to say that it was Mark.
And this does kind of look like it would be a Frenchman's car.
Exactly.
Is that a little bit racist?
No, that is accurate. I call the Frenchman. The only other person that I can possibly think of is that it would be Marsha. I did think as we were going along that there might have been motive for him to want the company side of things and then sell off everything, so the land and the company. But there was no further evidence given to my suspicion, so it wasn't him. It was Mark, in my opinion.
Well, we haven't done that.
Well,
we haven't done this
not
evaluation form.
Going back to the page over there, does it tell us how to finish the game?
Closing the case. Once all the evidence
Is gathered and reviewed, a detective must determine who committed the murder in the Carrie Underwood. As once you
along with the how, when, where, and why.
Yeah, which is what we've been talking about. Once you and your detective unit have a unanimous decision, go to the crime lab to enter your accusations. The crime lab is online. Some detective teams are competitive and blah blah blah. Anyway,
People working.
yeah. So we have to decide whether you agree with me or not, and if you don't, then we have to get a couple of wine bottles and see who wins. And I will get this out. And
I can look it up on the tablet.
oh, yeah, go for it then.
Actually, hold up. I have to double check whether or not the tablet is connected. This is not that will get a few notifications.
A few dings.
Where, when, just leave it there for now. Should be right.
Blah.
Yeah, we should have we should have been filling this out as we went along.
It's all good. But as I say, I reckon it's Mark because he has, as the evaluation form says, the chance, he has an alibi, but it's a weak alibi because no one has verified it.
Well,
And
nobody else
he has
could verify
specific.
anybody else's either.
Yeah, well, that's true. But he has specific knowledge about where the murder happened. We know that they're arguing, and yeah. And as an added bonus, I reckon after everything is said and done, he was shagging Martha. What's her name? Yeah, Martha.
Or Mark.
No, yeah.
Mark. Yeah, I guarantee that they had a
Naps.
yeah.
As Sandra would put it.
Yes.
They had
Okay,
naps.
stop. Now, thank you very much.
No, I want to continue being a detective.
Well, no, my tablet has been buzzing for the last minute
Yes.
and a half already.
Yes. See, I'd be quicker at this.
Yeah, but it is a tablet.
Well, anyway,
I received all these messages before it should come up.
you don't know how Facebook works then. Anyway, let's go. Well, what do you think? Do you think it is Mark or do you think it's someone else?
I don't think Sandra wouldn't have any reason to off
Her nap.
Carrie.
Yeah.
Because, nap partners.
Are hard to come by?
No, is like they had a thing.
They did.
She obviously had feelings for him.
Yeah.
There was no benefit to her doing that. They didn't have any. They were having an affair, but they didn't have a bad relationship.
Well, it actually sounds like, if you take the working relationship from his secretary out of the picture, it sounds like Sandra and Gary had the best relationship out of everybody he had relationships with, realistically. So yeah. And his secretary has no reason to
I have a feeling that's going to show me straight away.
His secretary has no reason to off him because she had no problems with him.
I have a feeling that's the solution just under that, so I'm not going to look at that just yet.
And we know that
she couldn't do it. I don't like it. This is the thing; it doesn't give you detailed descriptions of each person, so you can't go, "Oh, this person was taller than Carrie," so they could have, if Eloise was a foot shorter than Carrie, there's no way, even if she had her arms up, that she could properly donk him on the head. With enough force to hurt him. Yeah. She, it has no, there's no information on Miguel. But
so also, again, he's one that we know,
he didn't have a key, he didn't have access.
But also that there's no mention of having arguments or fights or disagreements or whatever between the two
realistically, of them. The only information that we have from Miguel is from here.
That says
handles the vineyard, could bury more than just secrets, worked for Underwood Senior, saw Carrie yesterday, went at office to pick up paycheck, but Underwood didn't see him, has no key to office, sleeps in cabin behind office, willed to him by Senior Lance Underwood. Friday night, heard knock on side office door, the outside door.
Yeah.
And muffled voices briefly, male or female, he couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Asleep by 9, no contact with you this morning, no car in lot, 8 a.m. Miguel saw Mrs.
Underwood
turn around and parking lot 8:15.
In the morning?
I would say in the morning, because otherwise it would have been beforehand.
Anyway, that comment though, about, I actually reckon that Carrie and, I hadn't thought about this before now, but Carrie and Miguel had a really good relationship because he could bury more than
just secrets.
Yeah, which implies that he potentially knew about Carrie and Sandra's relationship.
Yeah.
So he could bury secrets and the evidence. If there was any. But anyway, so that just proves again that I still don't think it's him.
Yeah. David was left-handed, for starters. So he couldn't.
That's not him.
It wouldn't be natural for him to smack someone on the head with his right hand, with something in his right hand.
Yeah.
He didn't have keys to the office.
Yeah.
And they never talked. They didn't have a good relationship, but they didn't have a bad one.
No. And Marsha didn't have keys, but also when you take into account if any of the women ever did it, as you said, we're not given a description of who's,
physical description.
Physical descriptions of them. But if you're just going based on a big population of people, generally females tend to be on the shorter side to males.
Correct.
So,
on average, they're shorter. Yes.
Yes. So again, all evidence points to Mark, because Mark's a dipstick. Note to yourself, never go into business with a Frenchman.
I went to bed early. What time is early? It was 7 or something, wasn't it?
Potentially.
"20 minutes later, So 20 minutes would definitely be enough time, no matter which way that you went.
Yeah.
I'd assume that you'd come down this main road here and come down here.
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes is more than enough time, but it's walking back, wouldn't it? He'd have to walk back.
Yes, but considering that there to there is a minute, this is going to be like...
That is in a car.
Yeah, but that's going to be like 5 minutes at most to get to the lake.
I'd say.
And
if he cut through here, maybe.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is...
cut through one of these properties or something.
What I'm talking about is in a car from there to the lake, where he drops off the lake. It's
it would be like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and so to get back, he'd have heaps of time.
Yeah, it depends on how well he pushed it in. Or how easy it was to push in.
But he could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Ooh.
Found key attached to tag and back of desk drawer. Tag marked cellar. So whoever did that put the key back into the drawer.
That's probably where Carrie kept his. To be
Well, no,
perfectly honest.
but that's the key to the cellar behind the bookshelf.
Yeah.
The hidden room.
Yeah. That Carrie had a key to. That's what I'm
If
saying.
he was see, the thing is that if he was down there,
Yeah.
if he was down there, he would have had the key on him.
Yeah. It's not hard
With
to pick
somebody,
up a key.
with somebody else, but with somebody else offing him and going, leaving, they put the key away, like, they could have taken. I think I'm looking into it wrong. But anyhow, they could have taken it with them, but they left it there. It would have been better to take it with
because the
them.
plan was to say that they left of their own accord, so they wouldn't take the key with them because they wouldn't need it.
Yes, but it was also a hidden room.
Yes, but what if Mark ever needed a spare key? He'd want it somewhere he could get it.
If it ever stayed there, Marsha got the office.
Mm-hmm.
She could have gone looking, and then Mark, the fact, then there would have been the body would have been found, and an investigation would have just been done sooner, and it probably would have led to Mark sooner, or the killer sooner. Anyhow, Mark, with the bottle in the cellar, went on the Friday night between 8 and about 8:15.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Why?
Because he wanted the company.
Yeah.
So that he could do what he wanted to do with it.
Are you happy with that?
I've been happy for the last 12 minutes.
Okay, well, just
No, yeah, I'm just saying.
turn on, would you?
No, I don't want to.
Super slow, I don't know why.
Your
Anyhow.
wife is sleeping.
Final hints, try these if you're stuck.
Well, we don't need
We
to,
don't
so
want
there's no point.
Who did it? Why did it go bigger?
Mark, where's Mark? The bottom, middle one.
Should we do it on here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Okay, cool. One,
Oh, you mean on the computer?
yeah, on the computer.
Oh, I thought
It
you
won't be,
meant-
no, it won't be too hard though.
Yeah, okay.
I'll just move these over.
She's snoring like a trooper.
Alright, so I'm going to swap these around quickly.
Is that still on stream?
Yeah, still streaming.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yep.
I'm just going to shrink it down.
Shrink it down! Shrink it down to the Chinatown! Yeah, yeah, yeah!
Okay, stop.
You invited me on. You know what I'm like.
I shouldn't have put it up like that. Games.com / what was it?
It had it there for you before, but you've gone too far. Yeah.
Oh wait, I do need to add that.
And now,
And desktop.
here we go.
Okay, so
We don't need
be
the
sure
hints.
to evaluate motive means an opportunity for each subject
Yeah.
before filing for your arrest warrant. Do we have the arrest warrant papers?
I didn't see them.
It's
Do you want to copy the link? Just to make it easy for us.
Why?
Yeah, well, so copy the link, and then once we figure out if we're right or not, we can go back and see what the final hints are. Because I don't think that we should use them.
I'll just get a duplicate.
Yeah, I don't think that we should use them now. But, so we're going with Mark.
Who did it? We are going with Matt.
Yeah.
Carrie Underwood's business partner had the most to gain by Carrie's death. He would take over Carrie's 60% of the business, which, with the new healthy vines, could be quite lucrative.
You also have the connections to the French people, by the way. Anyway, continue.
There we go. A little bit easier to read.
Blown up.
Provided, of course, that Carrie was declared dead. Did you compare the handwriting on the note left on Carrie's desk explaining his disappearance with the letter written by Mark to that French winery? If you did, you would see that although the note was written so as to forge Carrie's handwriting, certain letters such as the Y, the G, the T in the note were exactly the same as Mark's letter, different from the way Carrie did it in his letter to Mike on March 8th.
Or, Sandra.
Oh, that's why we had that letter. Yeah, and his note on the recipe.
Oh, yes.
And the only reason someone would have written that disappearance note was if he was the person guilty of the disappearance, i.e. the murder of Carrie Underwood. There are the little things like when Mark said he didn't know Carrie was missing until the police came to his house on Monday afternoon, but Marsha had called him Saturday to ask if he had seen Carrie. Correct.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
I read that just then, but it didn't strike anything.
Yeah, okay. So anyway,
Then there is the third set of shoe prints in the cellar that did not belong to Carrie or Sandy, as we too affectionately call her. Okay, well we don't.
We call her Sandra.
Yeah. Were they Mark's prints? Surely the business partner had been in the private cellar more than a few times.
Yeah.
He was the only other person who'd been down there.
Yeah.
And then there's Mark's alibi. If I may assume, abuse of Shakespeare, methinks he doth protest too much. You know, Lady Macbeth and Hamlet. Only it wasn't so much protesting as it was his careful detailing of his alibi. He would have done better to keep his mouth shut. First off, he stated that he was on the phone between 8:30 and 9, around the time Carrie was killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Killed. I was confused as to why he said killed and not disappeared.
Yeah.
Around the time Carrie disappeared. You know, Carrie disappeared between 5 p.m. and early the next morning.
Yeah.
During which time he was probably killed, but his time of death was never announced, recorded or written in the papers. So how did Mark know that was when he died? Secondly, Mark went to great lengths to describe the time difference as being 8 hours instead of 9 because Europe, including France, of course, was on daylight saving time, but the US was not until Sunday night. There wasn't an 8-hour difference at that time instead of the usual 9. The only problem was that the 8-hour difference was in the other direction, meaning it was not 12:30 in the afternoon in France, as Mark claimed it was 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, well, see, we didn't look into that.
We didn't look into that.
If we had, we would have also found that Mark's lying.
Yeah.
Or just
it
got
was
it wrong.
4:30 in the morning. 4:30 a.m. since France is 8 or 9 hours later than the US. I doubt he could reach a French business at that hour.
Yeah.
We'll never know whether Mark's killing of Carrie was a moment of rage or a moment of opportunity. I'm not sure even Mark knows. We doubt it was premeditated. If it had been, Mark would have been more careful with the note he scribbled out and left on Carrie's desk, suggesting Carrie just gave up and left. Great.
Yeah.
When confronted with the facts, Mark admitted that he sometimes met in the hidden cellar. Sorry, just scrolling. In the hidden cellar, accessible only through Carrie's office. This was Carrie's thing, he said. And if they ever got into one of their arguments, raised voices couldn't be heard outside. Mark said he didn't know what possessed him to grab the bottle out of Carrie's hand and swing it against his partner's head. And that he never meant to kill him. But once he became aware Carrie was dead, he realized he could just leave the body there and it would never be found. Obviously, Mark wasn't thinking about the mistress at the time. Well, yeah, but she didn't actually have a key. He didn't have to dispose of the body, but he did have to get rid of Carrie's car. He drove it into the nearby lake and pushed it down the bank. Then he walked back and drove his own car home. Guilty.
I win.
We win.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yes. Right, go back to the other tab.
Back to those solutions home.
Oh yeah, there we go. And let's see what those other hints were.
So you go to the epilogue first.
Oh yeah, why not?
I don't know what the epilogue is. Yes, Mark Cellars, long-term 40% partner of Carrie Underwood, killed his one-time school buddy. Yeah. He was tried for murder and pleaded guilty by reason of insanity, but the jury didn't buy that. Instead, he was convicted of manslaughter and is presently serving a 20-year service sentence at California's Lompoc prison. Under current California law, with good behavior, he is eligible for parole after serving half the sentence. You can send letters to Mark at Federal Correction Institution.
We don't want to send letters
Marsha
to this
Underwood
twat.
was charged with fraud in the mailing of the fake letter to herself that she claimed was from her missing husband to fit with her assertion that he was not dead. You must remember that upon his death, all the vineyards would have become the property of Carrie's partner Mark. The judge was one of those compassionate ones who put Marsha on 6 months probation and sentenced her 2 months community service. Which
so
is
that
something
explains why she never
declared him dead.
Because I was yeah, that was my only thing of like, well, why did she do that?
Yeah.
When, but yeah, because Mark would have got it and she would have lost.
She would have lost it all.
And she would have lost the revenue coming in from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
2 months community service, which is something Marsha did around Beachy Springs anyway. She was also ordered to pay an undisclosed sum. We know it, but we can't disclose it. It's usually what undisclosed means. To Mark Cellars for lost compensation. With Miguel dead, Carrie dead, Mark in prison, and Marsha on probation, David Underwood sold his real estate business, and with that money bought out Mark and Marsha, and is now the sole owner of Underwood Cellars, relying on the organizational skills of Eloise White and the salesmanship, charm, and business acumen of his new hire, Sandra Bellini.
Who he's now boinking instead of his brother.
I thought there was something going on between him and Eloise. It was either Eloise or Marsha. So it doesn't sound like it was Marsha that he had a thing with. But it could have been Eloise.
Yes, but righto.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyhow.
So let's take a quick look at the final hints.
I don't want to have a look at any of these things. Not really. This is like a, would be like a, yes they did do it, no they didn't. Here is what they.
Let's take a look at Sandra's one, because it could be.
Sandra as Sandy as Carrie Porter was a secret. Was a secret to most of the principal players in Carrie's life. She was his lover, and lovers often quarrel and sometimes do unthinkable things, but there was no sign of trouble between them. Here we go. She doesn't appear to have an alibi, but remember the sealed note from Thursday left in Carrie's desk. It said he couldn't meet Sandy on Friday as planned, but she never got that note. He forgot to get a stamp and mail it to her.
Not guilty.
That means Friday he disappeared or was murdered. Actually, she was at home all evening waiting for him. This is a case of dead man providing an alibi for a woman after not sending her an important letter because he didn't have any stamps and couldn't ask his secretary.
Yeah.
Fair.
And you
now
guys can go home and read the other ones.
Okay. Alright, we'll have a look at the hints. Final hint number 1. The note left on Carrie Underwood's desk. Too bad nobody thought of checking the note sooner. The fact that Carrie's fingerprints were not on the note should have set off somebody's warning bells. The one that on his desk saying that he's leaving. Should have set off somebody's warning bells. Here he was supposedly telling everybody he was leaving, yet it was his own fingerprints that were nowhere to be found. And nowhere nowhere as he was at the time. And whose handwriting was it really?
Yeah, so that hint is like, okay, check the...
Why is that scroll? Why are their pages so big? Oh, there it is. I couldn't see that.
Anyway, so the ending of that hint is saying check the handwriting.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Oh, did it?
Well, it didn't say that outright, but it said, and whose handwriting... Stop it!
Oh, I'm trying to find the solution thing, sorry.
And whose handwriting was it really? It's saying check the handwriting.
Yeah.
So that's final hint 1. Final hint 2.
The 2 cars and the walker. The tiny Mrs. Lindquist told us about the 2 cars late in the evening in the Underwood Cellars parking lot and the unusual sight of a pedestrian. This information is anything but anything but pedestrian. What does that mean?
Like casual.
Yeah. Carrie and someone unknown to us but known to him are meeting in the hidden underground cellar. Their cars are parked out front. After the unfortunate murder, the perpetrator could easily leave the body where it is, but not the car. So he or she, well, it kind of gives it away there. So he or she drives the car to the nearby beachy lake and pushes it down the bank and into the water.
Yeah.
She or he, okay, other way, so maybe not, doesn't even have to weigh the thing down, it sinks out of sight. Then this person walks back to the parking lot. It's only just over half a mile.
Yeah. So anyway, yep.
Gets in their car and drives home. Fits Mrs. Lindquist's story perfectly.
Yeah. So
that should just pick up here.
Yeah. So yeah, okay.
Yep. I mean, like that doesn't actually really give any.
No, hold on. What I was about to say is that I like that hint because you get that one at the very start of the case, and so that can be easy to. I mean, we've been doing this for like 4 hours now, so
yeah.
That could easily escape your mind that there was someone who walked back.
But that also doesn't give any clue as to who it could have been.
No, but that's why they've got 3 final hints. So let's read the last one.
I mean, the first one does give a hint. So, in all honesty, I think those hints should be switched. Because it gives you somewhere, hint 2 gives you somewhere to start, but it doesn't lead you anywhere. It doesn't actually give you any hint as to who it could be. Jaden, I just saw his chats. One.
Hey.
I can't read that.
I can't read the other ones. Just. I still can't
Okay,
read.
you two are
Still alive.
still alive.
What?
What did I walk into? You walked into the end
Yes.
of this massive Underwood.
Tomorrow,
Cellars.
with all your free time that you have, go back and watch this 4-hour stream. Anyway,
Yeah.
final hint number
Final
3.
hint number 3. A broken bottle and a bottleneck with a cork still in it. Imagine you are facing someone you know well, arguing as you often do. Again, your anger becomes
Yes,
like
so there's
a
a
trigger.
normal hint. Go find
Yep.
the people who argue constantly.
Yep. Carrie has grabbed an unopened bottle of fine wine, grasped the middle of the bottle with his strong hand, and is holding it out towards you, not as a gesture of friendship, but as a peace offering. This is how he douses every argument with wine, with his "let's have a drink and forget our differences" nonchalant.
Alright.
Nonchalant.
Yeah.
But this time your anger does not subside. In an inexplicable instance of rage, you snap, you explode, you grab the bottle by the neck with your thumb downward, wrenching it from his hand as his fingers and fingerprints slide down the bottle. Now it is no longer a bottle but a club. You swing it at him with such force that the bottle breaks and he slumps to the floor. You're left holding the broken neck of the bottle, not the man, with the cork still in it. Don't forget to wipe the fingerprints off. There it is, found it. Yeah, so there it pretty much outlines the what happened, and you just have to pick the person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think you're right. That hint 1 is definitely the best out of all those hints.
Yeah.
But we already knew who it was, and for Jaden, who's just arrived, we will repeat that. Oh wow, 4 hours of this. Yikes. Yeah, yikes. But anyway, it was Mark. And I called it, and then not Mark, what's his face? Joe agreed with me. Because we are great detectives.
So I'll show you our table.
Yes. Here is our table.
Here is our table.
Here is our table.
Suspect.
Suspects.
Dead person.
Yes.
Building.
Hold on.
And,
Hold on, actually, realistically.
Dead persons.
Suspects. Dead persons. He was not killed. He just died of old age.
I just wanted to stop by. I'll check it on this one. Just wanted to stop by and say I love you guys. Good night, and I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Mark the evil boy. Haha. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very,
so
very evil.
He is. So what's tomorrow?
Wednesday Bible study.
Wednesday. I've got a day stream tomorrow. Playing more Batman.
Wait, Batman, yeah.
Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
So you're more than welcome to join in with that. This was a very, very long stream. I very much enjoyed it. So,
yeah.
I think if I do anything like this in the future, it's going to have to be a day stream, not a day stream where I don't have anything on at the end of the day, for the rest of the day. Blah blah blah. Yeesh, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I've got it in 12 o'clock, so 10 and a half hours or something. I'm going to be lazy for most of tomorrow. Oh good, so will I. But yeah, so that is the Underwood Cellars murder mystery party crime investigation. I don't know what to call this game. University Games Underwood Cellars.
Yeah.
I think I hear some feedback from somewhere.
No, it's the fridge.
Oh, it's the fridge. Okay, brilliant. Well, in that case,
we shall sign off.
yes.
Because I've got a call with the stupid windy peoples.
Yeah, fair.
in the morning.
And I've got to message. I've got to call my former boss.
And tell her that you don't want your job back and she can stuff it with the sunshine.
Alrighty.
Pretty much. Cool.
Anyhow, chuck that up like that. Thank you just to Jacinda 007 and Katie, Kitty, Kate, something.
Yeah, that's your wife. She's
Yeah,
sleeping.
my wife.
She's
But anyhow,
snoring.
thank you for following. Thank you, Jaden, for joining right at the end.
Yeah.
1:30 in the morning.
I hope you had a good time with Tanya tonight, mate.
Yep, and Hisashi. Anyhow, thank you. Signing off. Yep. That's about all for tonight. Make sure to join me tomorrow for
Just
Batman,
him, not me.
Batman Arkham Asylum. Thank you to Kelvin for joining me
You're
on this.
welcome. There's no camera on.
On this thing. No, there's no cameras anymore.
I raised my thumb up, but yeah, it's all good.
Yep. Thank you very much. And we will see you. Oh, where's the rest of my this one? We will see you tomorrow. God bless. Take care of one another and make sure to brush your teeth.
I never do.
Well, yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye!